The first 3 months of motherhood aren't exactly about joy. They're about survival. You exist in a state of perpetual, foggy exhaustion. Every shadow is a monster. Every odd noise is a threat to the sleeping baby. My world had shrunk to the nursery, and the centerpiece of that was the antique wooden rocking chair, one that we'd gotten from my husband's side of the family. It was beautiful. Hand-carved wood, heavy, and creaked in a way that had comforted generations. It was 2:30 a.m. I'd just finished the longest, most difficult feeding of the night. Little Leo was finally limp and warm against my chest. I gently laid him in the crib, checked his swaddle, and began the delicate, silent retreat. I was maybe 2 steps from the door, my entire being focused on not breaking the silence, when I heard creak, pause, creak, pause. The sound of the rocking chair. Someone was sitting in it. My body instantly flooded with adrenaline. My husband, I thought. He must have woken up and come in to check on us quietly. But that logical thought didn't stick. Firstly, I'd just heard him snore from our bedroom. Secondly, he always drags his feet. This person or thing had to have been absolutely silent to enter the room without me noticing. I'm thinking all of this in seconds. I held my breath and pressed myself against the doorframe, peeking around the edge. The nursery was dimly lit by a tiny amber nightlight near the changing table. In the soft, low glow, I saw the chair rocking steadily, rhythmically. But it was empty. There was no weight in the seat. The upholstery was flat, yet the heavy wood was moving back and forth in perfect, gentle arcs, with that creak, pause, creak. It wasn't rocking wildly or randomly. It was rocking with intention, with the slow, soothing pace of someone trying to comfort a distressed infant. I stood there for what felt like an hour. It was maybe more like 3 minutes, but I couldn't move. My eyes darted between the rocking chair and the crib. Leo was perfectly fine, sleeping soundly, utterly unaware of the impossible things happening 10 feet away. A draft I desperately tried to rationalize. The house was settling, a vibration from the road, but the room was sealed. There was no window open or central air kicking on. The rocking chair was too smooth and too constant to be anything but deliberately propelled. The worst moment was when the rocking slowed. It didn't just stop, it was a gradual deceleration. Like the unseen occupant was leaning forward, easing their weight off the runners. Creak, pause, creak, creak, then silence. The chair stood perfectly still. I waited for the surge of relief, but it never came. Instead, I felt a terrifying clarity. Something had just been in the room with my child. I didn't feel a malicious presence, but the sheer unsettling reality of an invisible entity taking up residence in the very place meant for safety and warmth. It was horrifying. Unsettled, I quietly slipped back into the room, scooped Leo up and carried him straight into our bedroom. My husband woke up confused, but I didn't try to explain the chair. I just locked the door and held my son tightly until dawn. The next day, I insisted on getting rid of the chair. My husband was skeptical, but he could see the wild, genuine fear in my eyes, so he agreed to list it online. It stayed there for a while. I eventually told him that we should look into antique stores or collectors, since it was technically an antique. We listed it on one of those sites, and a woman who was a collector came to pick it up one afternoon. She was loading the chair into her truck. I distinctly heard a sound right behind me. It was so faint I almost dismissed it. A soft, airy sigh, like a disappointed exhale, right by my ear. I spun around, and of course, there was no one there. We did end up getting a new rocking chair. It never seemed to creak on its own, so that was comforting. Leo is almost 7 now, and sometimes I honestly think back to that chair and wonder if we made the right call. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I guess I've come to believe that they don't mean harm, at least not all of them. Maybe they're sort of there as a protection. I don't know. Nothing bad ever happened to Leo, and nothing weird ever happened with our new chair. But I just think about it sometimes. The paranormal isn't always this grand, violent haunting. Sometimes it's quiet or rhythmic. But if I'm honest, it is all still a bit unsettling for me. I had been living out of my beat-up van for 3 weeks, crisscrossing the country to get to a new job. My money was tight, but I desperately needed one night of civilization. A shower, a comfortable bed, walls that didn't rattle when I drove. I booked the cheapest Airbnb I could find, a tiny, century-old rustic cottage miles outside of a small town. The reviews mentioned the charm, but also mentioned the historic atmosphere, how the heating system was a little temperamental, but it had a shower and a bed. I arrived well after dark, and the cottage was worse than advertised. It smelled faintly of mildew and mothballs, and the only light came from a single, sickly yellow porch lamp. Inside, it was dark. The furniture, the floors, the curtains, everything was dark. The first thing I did was make a beeline for the bathroom and lock myself in. After a long, glorious shower, I was toweling my hair and finally starting to relax. I can do one night, just one night, I told myself. I opened the bathroom door, took one step out into the hallway, and that's when it hit me. Someone in my ear. It was a single high-frequency sound right next to my left ear. It was shrill and sharp, like someone had drawn a fingernail rapidly across a pane of glass, but with their voice. It wasn't loud enough to wake the neighbors, but it was so close and so penetrating that it made the sensitive bones inside my ear ache. I gasped, spinning around, clutching my towel to my chest. But everything was empty. The sound was instantly gone, leaving behind only the deafening silence of a dead house. My heart was going crazy at this point. That was not a house settling, or a pipe. That was a noise made deliberately and right here. I wanted to run. I wanted to unlock the front door and sprint back to my safe, though cramped van. But then I looked out the front window. It was pitch black. Nearly a mile of empty road to the nearest gas station. And I'd already spent almost a week's worth of food money on this one night. I just needed to stick it out, tough it out. I had nowhere to go. I crept down the short hall to the bedroom. The bed was comfortable, but something about it made me feel like I was laying in a coffin. I pulled the covers back, and there, neatly laid out on the pillow, was a single, dry, yellowed rose petal. It looked like it had been pressed into a book for decades. I know I hadn't put it there, obviously. And why would a cleaning lady leave that there? It was a little intimate detail that I hoped wasn't specifically for me. I snatched the petal up, threw it into the trash, and jumped into bed. Pulling the covers up to my chin, I closed my eyes, with my fists clenched. About an hour later, I was still wide awake, listening to the silence. And then I heard from the far corner of the room the creak of the floorboards, slow and weighted. It was obvious they were heading toward the foot of the bed. I kept my eyes squeezed shut. I couldn't move, and I didn't want to breathe. I decided in that moment of absolute terror that if I didn't acknowledge it, it wasn't real. I repeated my mantra in my head. I have no money, I have no gas, nowhere to go, I have to stay here. And then I just decided I needed to open my fucking eyes. What if somebody was in the room? So I did. And there was no one. But the weight of the presence finally settled, right at the foot of the mattress. And then I felt the air shift. It wasn't cold. It was like pressure on my chest. And with one deep breath, I got a whiff of something. Old, cloying lavender and dust. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, breathing shallowly. Tears were tracing paths into my hair. I genuinely couldn't move. The next thing I remember was a sliver of weak dawn light hitting the window, and then my eyes. When I finally opened them, the room was still empty. The floorboards were silent. I was out of that house and back in my van within 5 minutes. I didn't even bother with the coffee. I drove straight through the morning. The next time I did stop, I opened up the back to go through some things, grab my wallet, and I found a single yellow rose petal. It made me shake instantly. I dropped it, flinging it away like a piece of trash. I don't know how the hell it got there, but I wasn't happy to see it, and it just added to the weirdness of the whole trip. I don't know if you would consider this paranormal, but it's not often that invisible forces shrill in my ear or sit on my bed. It's just all a little too strange. I'm an engineer by trade, which is to say that I live by the laws of physics and logic. I don't believe in ghosts or energy fields or anything that can't be quantified or observed through a verifiable metric, if that makes sense. All this is why the 3 nights I spent at my aunt's old house broke my brain a little, made me come undone a bit, if you will. Her house was a giant 2-story Victorian on the edge of town, the edge of town being basically St. Paul, Minnesota. The home was built in the 1890s. My aunt was on a cruise, and I was her reluctant house sitter. The place was beautiful, but oppressive. All dark woodwork and heavy draperies that seemed to absorb the light entirely. I had the whole place to myself. And for most of my time there, the only sounds were the groans of the settling foundation and the rhythmic clack-clack of the old gas furnace kicking on. Perfectly standard. One evening, I was stretched out on the living room sofa, ignoring the silence by reading a dense textbook. It was past midnight when I heard the first sound. It wasn't loud, it was a faint, raspy disturbance. A sound that made my teeth hurt, like someone was taking a handful of dry leaves and dragging them slowly across a piece of concrete. It sounded close by. It was coming from the kitchen ceiling, directly above the small square attic crawlspace hatch. The attic had been painted shut. It hadn't been opened in decades. I knew my aunt had not spent time in there. I stopped reading and I listened. The rasping continued, but now there was something else woven into it. Something like whispers. I couldn't make out words, but it had the rhythm of speech. My logical mind immediately went to the obvious. Raccoons, squirrels, maybe a pipe even burst and was dripping on the insulation. I got up and walked into the kitchen. I stood directly under the hatch. I was prepared to call animal control. I climbed onto the counter to get closer, and the second my ear was within a foot of the ceiling, the sound instantly stopped. See, I muttered to myself, annoyed. Just an old house playing tricks. I got down, poured myself a glass of water, and chastised myself for letting the spooky atmosphere get to me. I took one sip, and it happened again. This time it wasn't a rasp. It was a distinct, wet, sighing sound. And it was much, much louder. It was still coming from the exact same spot. but it felt closer somehow, like the thing making it had just crawled to the inside of the hatch door. Matt. My name. The glass slipped out of my hand and shattered on the tile floor, but I barely registered the crash. I was paralyzed, staring up at the painted wood panel. It wasn't the wind, and it wasn't an animal. It was my name. I finally managed to take a step back. As I did, a sound erupted from the crawl space, and it sent a spike of pure, raw terror through me. It was a single, high-pitched, childlike scream. It wasn't joyous. It was malicious. It echoed in the empty space above. I didn't even try to rationalize that one. I didn't reach for my phone to record the noise. I grabbed my keys and wallet from the table, and I didn't bother locking the front door. I walked out of the house and into my car. I drove to the nearest hotel, and I didn't look back until the sun was up. Naturally, when I woke up, I felt silly. I felt terrible. I went back, but I couldn't bring myself to go back inside. I just locked it up. I spent the next 4 nights in a well-lit hotel room nearby, watching cable news. I still went back and did the things I needed to do for my aunt, but when she returned, I tried to talk to her about it. I didn't want to scare her. If it's not obvious, she's old. But I had to know. Had she ever experienced anything in that house before? Her answer to me was no. In fact, she thought I was quite silly for having to leave. I'm inclined to believe her, except my name. I definitely heard my name. I still stick to my principles, though. I still believe in science, but there are some things we just can't explain. Not yet. My job should be simple. I patrol a 20-story corporate tower from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., locking doors, making sure nothing's on fire. In all honesty, work like this is boring, repetitive, and about 95% of the time, the only living soul I see is my own exhausted reflection in the polished marble lobby. I do technically love it, though, because it's predictable. I realize not all security is the same. Not all buildings are the same, or even shifts for that matter, but my job, it is the same. Predictable. This building is modern, mostly glass and steel, built over what was once an old rail yard. No history or spooky charm, just fluorescent lights and motion sensors. The mundane becoming not so mundane. I think that's what's so deeply unsettling. The 13th floor naturally is vacant, undergoing renovations that have been imminent for 2 years. It's just bare concrete, taped off walls, and rows of black reflective windows. Every night, my routine requires me to ride the service elevator up, check the fire exits, and sign the logbook. The first time that something happened, I was walking the perimeter. The only light source was my heavy-duty flashlight. I stopped at the corner overlooking the main highway, signing my book, when I saw a reflection, but it wasn't mine. In the glass, superimposed over the lights of the city far below, was the hazy, indistinct outline of a person sitting at one of those bare concrete walls. I could make out the posture, hunched, head tilted down. It looked like someone was waiting. I spun around, sweeping the beam of my flashlight across the entire floor. No one was there. Just dust. I was able to let it go, because that's just what you have to do sometimes. But the next 3 nights, the reflection was there, in the same window, in the same spot, just for a second. It was like a still photograph burned onto the glass. It wasn't moving, and it never showed up when I looked directly at the spot. Only in the peripheral vision of the window's reflection. On the 5th night, I decided to play a game. I stood about 10 feet away from the window, keeping my eyes fixed on the reflective pane. At this time, it was clear. The figure wasn't just hunched. It was wearing old-fashioned dark clothes, and its head was resting on a table that didn't exist. Then I watched its ghostly reflection, a figure slowly raising its head. I couldn't make out a face, not exactly. It was too blurry, too much like black smoke given a human outline. But I did feel a wave of crushing absolute despair hit me, a feeling that was so potent it made me want to drop my flashlight and weep. I didn't do that, but the feeling was very strong. It wasn't just a sight. It was a psychological attack. In a panic, or whatever you want to call it, I did the only thing I could think of, and I shined my flashlight beam directly onto the window. The reflection instantly vanished. But where it had been, the glass was now covered in a sheet of thick, crystallized frost. Even though it was nearly 60 degrees inside the building, probably the same outside, the glass was so cold that I could feel the temperature drop across the floor itself. So I almost signed the log that night, but instead I ran down the emergency stairwell, all 13 flights. I tend to avoid the 13th floor entirely. I switch shifts, and there are ways to avoid it. Taking the long way around, simply falsifying the log. I'm paid to observe and report facts, but I learned that night that some things defy observation, I guess. And the scariest fact is that I was alone in that silent, modern tomb. But I won't let myself be again. This happened well over 10 years ago, before I ditched my old apartment and my even older landline. I was 25, living alone, and already a bit jumpy from too many late nights. The calls started around 11:30 p.m., always. The phone would ring twice, and then just stop. Just enough for me to get a look at the caller ID before it went silent. And every single time, the screen displays the same 7 digits, my own phone number. The first few nights I chalked it up to a glitch in the ancient telephone system. Maybe my line was looping back. It was annoying, but I just muted the ringer and went to bed. I had an answering machine for any emergencies. Eventually, that feature just stopped working, and I was hearing the ringing again. I couldn't ignore it. It was a repetitive, ghost-like calling of my own phone number. It felt less like an error and more like something intentional. After so many times of this happening, the screen lit up with my number again and I snapped. I picked up on the second ring before I could hang up. Silence. Just a faint, high-pitched white noise hiss that sounded like a vacuum being run in another room. I was about to hang up, and then I heard a voice. Incredibly low and flat, and it cut through the static. It sounded digitized or mechanical, like an old speech synthesizer. "Where did you put the key?" It wasn't a question asked to me, but it was a question. I hung up the phone, and for some reason my hands were shaking. I even unplugged the phone for 24 hours, convinced that whatever had been trying to call was a prank, that they had some sort of voice synthesizer, they were recording for my reaction, I don't know, something. Eventually I plugged it back in, and of course it rang, with my number. I picked up on the second ring, dread mixing with a bit of rage. Before I could yell, the same flat voice repeated the same phrase. "Where did you put the key?" "Stop calling this number," I shouted. "Who is this? Just stop." There was a pause on the other end, and then it sounded like someone was going to speak, and the voice came back. This time it was a little different. It didn't sound like a recording. It sounded personally aware. "Under the third tile." "You know what I mean, Brandon. For sure, it felt personal now. That was my name, obviously. I live on the 4th floor of a standard carpeted apartment complex. There's no tiles, no basements, no keys hidden anywhere. But that's my name. This time I disconnected the phone for more than just a couple of days, and I never reconnected that exact landline. I threw away the phone and the answering machine, and I got a new cell phone. I don't know what was calling me or who, but I know that as soon as I disconnected that line, it stopped. I never experienced any sort of harassment or anything in my real life. So, was it a prank? Maybe. But if it was a little too chilling for my taste. I know I wasn't the first person to move out of that place. Seemed to have a high turnaround. No pranksters ever came forward. I've always been inclined to believe that it was something a little more than that. I just don't know how. I don't collect campfire tales, but I have collected one story that my grandpa would tell me the same way every single time, like he was rattling off specs in his sleep. He wasn't a talker. Blue flannel, thermos coffee, and the guy that would fix a neighbor's mower and didn't take money for it. Just said, "Get me next time," and meant it. If you asked him whether he believed in Bigfoot, he'd say, "I don't believe in anything. I saw what I saw." This was in the late 60s, up in the foothills east of town where the roads turn into logging spurs and the map just gives up. Grandpa was hauling a small trailer with cedar posts that he'd cut for a fence job. It was October, wet leaf smell, road shine, that steady drizzle that doesn't look like rain until you realize everything is soaked. He'd finished late, no moon. The dash clock had one bulb burnt out, so the 8 looked like a B. The road out there was skinny, pitch black between the trees, with ditches that chew up axles if you get lazy. He was creeping along in second, tires humming that low, warm note, heat barely keeping the fog off the windshield. Wipers, thump, thump. He said he wasn't thinking about anything, just home and whether there was chili left. Then the deer started to cross. He saw it from the right first, a flash of hide in the low beams, that hop step that they do when they realize that the road is a bad choice. He eased the brake. What he says next, he always said the same. The deer was halfway, nose toward the ditch on my left, when something big came out of the dark and took 2 long steps behind it. He doesn't do adjectives. He won't say massive or huge. He says, bigger than me by a lot. Shoulders as wide as the hood. Head higher than the cab. 2 steps. He'll show you with his hands, one flat sweep, then another, like he's counting boards. He says the second step was on the yellow line, and the leg cleared the deer's back, easy. The deer didn't bolt. It flattened. He said, that's the part that still sits wrong in his chest. It wasn't scared of a truck. Cars are predictable. It was scared of that thing. He says the deer lay down right there, legs tucked, eyes rolling white, chest heaving like it was trying to crawl into itself. Gramps hit the brakes hard enough to nosedive the truck. The trailer gave a soft bump, tongue taking up slack. Headlights swept across the wall of wet alder and fir, and in that slice of light, he watched a back the size of a refrigerator move left to right, hair dark and matted like it had been sleeping in a salal, water glinting off the tips. No glowing eyes or movie snarl, just the back of this shoulder slope, the head turning once, the silhouette of a face that was too forward in the way that it sat on the body, like the neck started further down than ours do. He says it didn't look at him, not like a person would look at another person. It looked past the truck, past the deer, at the road behind it, like it was thinking about crossing again. And then it slid into the dark, and the brush closed. No running or crashing, just gone in 2 seconds, with the deer. That's the whole sighting. He didn't chase it, obviously. He didn't get out with a spotlight or a camera that we didn't own. He just sat there with both hands locked at 10 and 2 until the brake pedals started to buzz under his foot. And then he put the truck in park, tried to remember how to breathe around the steering wheel. He did pull forward, and he did put the hazards on. He says that he got out because he needed air that wasn't the truck smell or wet wool. The forest out there always smells like cedar and mushrooms, a little bit like rot. That night it smelled like wet dog had been rolling in moss and shit. That was his description. Wet dog, moss, smoke, and shit. It wasn't a skunk, obviously. It wasn't a cow smell. It was a smell that was big and out of place. In the gravel shoulder, 1 step off his driver's door, he found a rock the size of a softball, sitting dead center in the tire track that he'd made coming in. It wasn't there when he stopped. He'd never felt it. He says the rock was slick with rain, and it looked like every other river rock out there, but it was perched proud on the loose crush, like a placed thing, like a doorstop for the truck. He picked it up, hated the feel of it, but he put it in the bed without deciding why, and drove. He didn't tell anybody that night. He came home, set his boots by the stove, stared at the chili like it had failed him, and told my grandma he was tired. He went to work in the morning like normal and delivered the posts. Around lunch, out behind the shop, he noticed the canopy window on the right side of the bed. It had a big smear high up at the edge. Mud and pine pitch stuck in a shape that didn't come from his hands or jacket. 4 long tracks with a shorter one set wide. He measured it with his hand spread. It overshot even with his pinky stretched until the joint popped. He scrubbed it off with a rag and diesel because he didn't like seeing it there. He didn't save the rag. He didn't think to. Not built like that. We do still have the rock, though. It lives in a coffee can full of random bolts and finished nails on the shelf in the shop. He won't say the rock has anything to do with anything. He also won't throw it away. When we cleaned the shelves last spring, I asked if I should toss the can, and he said, "Leave it," in a tone that he used to use when a board is level and you should stop touching it. He stopped taking fence jobs up there after dark. That's the only behavior that changed. He didn't start seeing shapes in every stump. He didn't quit elk season. Though he stopped sitting alone at the bottom of draws and started still hunting the ridges where the wind's honest. Later in life, when the guys at the counter would start in with YouTube videos, he'd walk away. If somebody presses, "Come on, you grew up out there. You ever see anything?" he'll say, "Nope," unless he likes you. Then he'll tell you the deer part, and the 2 steps, and the smell. He never adds teeth or glowing eyes, and he never adds a second sighting. He never says Bigfoot. He says something crossed the road behind a deer and took it. It was just too big for this world that I know. I've seen him change his mind about politics and football. I've watched him apologize to a teenager for getting short when a car wouldn't seat. He'll admit a miscut. He'll call himself wrong about the weather. This story never shifts. Not a word. It sits in him like a post set deep and tapped. So do I believe? I believe my grandpa. I believe in 2 steps that eat up a lane. I believe in a smell that doesn't fit the list. I believe in a rock that wasn't there, and then it was, like punctuation. And I believe that the woods out there are old enough to keep things secret, big secrets. And that's whether we're ready to put a nameplate on them or not. But I'm okay with saying that my grandpa saw Bigfoot. This happened to me January 2015. I didn't even know what a black-eyed kid was at the time. I'd always been a night owl, into playing video games, surfing the net, and reading books well into the night. At the time, we were living in a 3-plex condo in the center unit. All of them were 2-story, a few miles outside of town, and sheltered in isolation just off an old highway. So, it would have been really difficult for somebody to walk that far down to our development and know whose porch to approach. It was about 2 a.m. It'd been storming big time on the Oregon coast that night. The winds whipping through the area, and we'd had sideways rain going on for days. I was sitting in my room with a little stained glass lamp on, and that wasn't much brighter than a nightlight. I was also burning a candle. The house was perfectly quiet and appeared to be asleep, except for me. That's when I began to hear our front screen door creaking. It sounded like it was being slowly and carefully opened. Whoever was out there at that time of night, in those conditions, seemed to know about the squeaky door and was trying to open it as quickly as possible, about an inch at a time. I kept listening for the sound, making sure it wasn't the wind, but I kept hearing a little hinge creak and then another creak until it was obvious that it was very deliberate. Whoever was doing this knew exactly what they were doing, and for whatever reason, chose not to ring the illuminated doorbell right next to the front door. All of this was going through my mind in rapid, terrifying detail, freaking me out to the real threat that I was about to be confronted by a very bold intruder. I breezed around the corner of my room, which was on the bottom floor, closest to the front porch, and I made my way towards the door. I didn't know what to expect, but I knew somebody was definitely out there. My husband at the time was sleeping upstairs, probably passed out cold. He was a doctor who was always on call, kept long hours, so I hesitated to wake him or get the police involved until I knew for sure what to report. I stood silently in front of the door, armed with my phone and a baseball bat, waiting to see what, if anything, would happen next. Roughly 2 minutes later, I saw the front doorknob being turned slowly, like someone was trying to manipulate the door open. It was locked, but since whoever was out there had taken the time to quietly get that far, I felt fairly confident that they were about to take it much further. The old front door we had at the time didn't have a peephole. It just had this little bit of glass over the top of it that only a 7-foot-tall person could see through. My only alternative was to look through a side 3-foot-long by 6-inch narrow window, just adjacent to the door. I kept the lights off and slowly tried to move the little curtain, just enough to peek out onto the porch. As soon as I did, I was shocked to see a figure cloaked in a hoodie staring straight back at me. I was overcome with a feeling of dread and panic. At that point, I flipped on all the lights inside the house and yelled through the front door, "Who are you? What do you want?" There was no answer. I repeated myself and asked, "Are you injured, or is there someone I can call for you?" By then, it was at least 2:30 in the morning. There was still no response, so I ran around quickly and made sure the windows and back doors were locked. I also went to the top of the stairs to look out the hallway window to the parking area. I wanted to see if there were any cars or other figures hiding out in the darkness. I couldn't see anything unusual anywhere. I ran back down to the front door and yelled, "I'm calling the police now." Finally, I heard what sounded like a woman in a monotone voice say, "I need you to open the door and let me in." I was dumbfounded and choking on fear, but I asked her why, what was wrong, and if she needed me to make a call for her. I asked if she was hurt, but I got no reply. So I informed her that my husband was home and sleeping upstairs. I told her I would wake him up and started yelling for him. She interrupts my shouts with a cryptic, robotic reply. "I'm not hurt. I need to come inside. I have something to give you." I was flipping out of my mind by now, but I pulled the curtains all the way back on the side window, turned on the front porch light, and asked her to show me through the glass. She turned around and I could see that she was holding this perfectly groomed, long-haired Pomeranian. It was wearing some gold medallion collar, a fancy one that had the dog's name engraved on the front. Even through the glass, I could see that the address wasn't mine. She must have known that. At that point, she said to me, "I'm here to give you back your dog. Let me in. I'll give him back to you." I snapped back. "That's not my dog, lady. Look at his collar. My dog's right here." And both of them were sitting right beside me, standing guard, but keeping strangely silent. She said again in her creepy way, "I just want to give you your dog back." It felt like I was in the Twilight Zone on steroids. I said, "Look at the dog's tag. Where did you find this dog? Look at the address. It's not my dog, but I'll make a phone call to its rightful owner if you tell me the number on the tag." I was becoming more concerned about the dog, being a devoted dog lover, and the fact that this disturbing person wasn't actually its owner. She didn't move, and I noticed the dog she was carrying was being unusually still as well. It wasn't acting upset, anxious, trying to get away from her. It didn't make sense. It was the most peculiar situation I'd ever seen, but the feeling was ominous and dark. I started looking carefully at this woman so that I could give the details to police, in case she took off with the dog. I could see that she was a thin, younger woman, possibly a late teenage girl. She had straight, dark hair, covered by a red hoodie she was wearing, and a pair of dark jeans. It was impossible to see her eyes. I reached into a nearby coat closet for a flashlight. Just then she said, "If you would just open the door and take a look at the dog to make sure it's not yours, I'll leave." I grabbed a knife from the kitchen, held my phone tightly, and walked towards the door. My dogs never moved. I figured I'd take a close look and slam the door if I had to. I figured if she was unarmed, I might have a chance of grabbing the dog and getting it to its rightful owner. So I said to her, "I've got my phone. I'm ready to call the police if you try anything. Can you just step back from the door and I'll take a look at the dog?" I pulled the front door open slowly and took a long, careful look. The dog appeared to be exceptional and perfect, like it had just come from winning a prize at the AKC dog show. It was obviously someone's prized pet, not just a stray that she'd found, or one that I'd seen around before. I told her it wasn't mine, again. As I did, she took one step towards the door, and I noticed she was holding something in her left hand behind her back, while her other hand was supporting the weight of the dog. She kept looking down at her feet and remained silent. I asked her to put the dog down. As I said that, she glanced back towards the road and the parking area, but I didn't see anyone or any cars there. I asked her again to put the dog down and to leave the front porch area. I said I would let the dog in as soon as she did, and then I'd get it back to its rightful owner. At that point, she looked up at me and seemed to stare right through me with her cold, dead, penetrating eyes. I've never seen anything more bizarre in my life. Her eyes were jet black, her hollow stare fixated on me, like I was being examined, or called to some kind of challenge. My hands were trembling, and it was all I could do not to throw up. She didn't seem drunk or on drugs of any kind. She seemed surreal, and in my mind, I kept thinking of the Grim Reaper. I was hearing the words to the Lord's Prayer and struggling not to make eye contact with her. There was something very unnatural and menacing about her eyes, her intensity and her odd, calculated, cold behavior. I couldn't figure it out. I shut the door and started screaming for my husband to come downstairs. He finally came down. I yelled to him, "Hurry! There's somebody standing on the front porch. She's got someone else's dog, keeps saying it's mine. I think she's carrying something behind her back. There's something very wrong with her. Be careful." I called 911 as he opened the front door, but she was already gone. There was no sign of her anywhere. We even got in the car and drove around. The police couldn't find her either, and they couldn't find any reports on a missing woman or a missing dog anywhere in the state. The incident haunted me, so I decided to research lost pets with the description. Any reports of women or girls like her in the area that might have been reported or listed nationwide, but I couldn't find anything. Curiously, the only thing that kept coming up was a new sighting of the so-called black-eyed kids in the Portland, Oregon, or northern coastal area where I was living at the time. I'd never heard of anything like that, but when I saw the pictures that other people had posted, read some of the stories, similar reports, my heart froze. She looked exactly like that. The eyes, especially. I don't know what else I could tell you, but I'll never forget it. I'm not sure what her purpose was, though, but I feel like she targeted me because of the fact that I was isolated, known for having my dogs with me everywhere. I would do anything to protect a dog or a helpless animal. Somehow I think she knew that, but it'll always be a creepy mystery. This isn't a creepypasta or anything. This is a true story my dad told me, and one that he always swore by. In Tijuana, there was a demon-like creature that used to wander the streets, preying on the unhoused and women of the night. My dad's name is Carlos, and when he was in high school, there was a string of murders that happened, really putting the town on edge for about a month before everything got back to normal. Tijuana and easy living are opposites. Crime rates have always been high, but these murders were different. When the bodies would be found by the shop owner opening up in the morning, or a kid walking to school, all of them looked like they'd been mummified. Not with the white wraps. They looked like their insides had been sucked out, but their skin stayed intact. They looked petrified. They died with their eyes wide open, hands in front of their face. Police at the time had no leads, and the victims didn't have stab wounds or bullet holes. It was like nothing anyone had ever seen before. The first victim was found by garbage men. They found a deceased man lying on his back in the middle of the street. He was an anomaly, and the police were so stunned at what they'd seen, they didn't investigate it like a murder. The mummified bum became a celebrity for a day, and people young and old left their houses to see it at the station. By evening, the excitement wore down, and the town returned to its usual routine. A deli shop owner would find the second victim, huddled up against the metal exterior gate of his shop. Another member of the community found dead in the same horrific state wasn't met with the same enthusiasm as the first. Police didn't prop this one up for locals to see, and they launched a real investigation, blocking off the street most of the day to gather evidence. Then, another body would be found, and another. By now, a few people had come forward as witnesses to seeing this thing, the one responsible. Local newspapers embellished their accounts, printing stories about a demon retrieving souls for El Diablo in hell. Other reports referred to it as the chupacabra. However, what people described didn't sound anything like a chupacabra. Not to mention, they wouldn't travel near urban areas. Witnesses said it was pure black, darker than the night around it. One person would come forward claiming that they watched it move interdimensionally, like from second to third. That was the report made by my dad when he was 16, and what he saw scared him more than anything he'd ever seen in the Mexican army. I won't go into detail about those things, but let's just say the cartel uses flesh like painters use paint. It's an art expressed with passion and an emphasis in detail. So, him saying this demon thing was scarier than that stuff was pretty wild to me. Carlos was on his bike. He'd just had a romantic evening with a girl whose name he'd forgotten, but it doesn't matter for the story. When Carlos enters the city, he always got off his bike and pushed it a little before he got to his house, because at that time of night, there weren't a lot of cars on the road. So the ones that were would speed up and down the roads, and after a handful of close calls, Carlos started walking his bike on the side of the streets, with a smile on his face this night. He was very accustomed to being in the city at night. He and his friends would often meet up to skateboard right when that started getting big in California. They'd skate after dark when there was less security and overall watchful eyes. So his trip home that night was nothing out of the ordinary when he began. There were still some people here and there, not enough to make the city feel alive, not enough to make a conversation audible in passing. Those still outside at that time of night were either quickly going inside one of the apartment buildings, or they lived outside and were sheltering in hiding spots out of sight. Either way, soon enough he was mostly alone. The streets around Carlos were as quiet as they were going to be for the next 24 hours, and all he could hear was the electric hum of the lamppost above him as he continued to push his bike towards home. But early into the final leg of his journey, Carlos started to feel spooked. Fear coiled around him, tightening with every step until he was barely making progress. Every few feet he was stopping to cautiously glance in all directions, as if he'd had a premonition that something evil was nearby. The hair stood up on his arms, and as much as he wanted to just get on his bike and ride home, his legs were barely walking. Jumping on a bike and starting to pedal required a level of confidence that he didn't have, not at that second, so he maintained the slow pace he was at. When Carlos randomly stopped again to look in all directions, on the same sidewalk he's on, he sees a formless shadow taking shape on the ground about 7 meters away. It had virtually no volume in its shape. It was like a shadow of a cloud was forming on the ground, and nothing above it. Nothing to make the shadow. But a dark one had formed on the concrete, all the same. Seeing this confuses Carlos, and he fully stopped, trying to figure out what was making that weird shadow on the ground. And then, from behind him, back in the direction he was walking, the harsh metal slam of an exit-only door makes Carlos turn. On the other sidewalk across the street from him, a young woman is leaving out the back door of a brick building from its alleyway. Before she gets to the sidewalk and turns left or right, the way she's walking from the alley, it's like she's walking facing towards Carlos. Not wanting to make the woman think he's staring at her, Carlos quickly averts his eyes back to the shadow cloud behind him on the side of the road. It's almost impossible to spot amongst the other shadows being casted. And if he hadn't already seen it form, my dad probably wouldn't have seen anything that happened next. So, as he's finding it again, he can hear the woman's high heels on the concrete. The pop noise of her heels echoes off the brick around her and sounds like she's walking in the direction opposite of him. They wouldn't have crossed paths because they were on the other sides of the street. But just as Carlos lays his eyes back on the shadow, it moves silently on the ground to where Carlos couldn't track it anymore. through the dark of an unlit road. He looks back up at the woman. She's not paying attention to anything going on around her. It's to be questioned if she even noticed Carlos on the other side of the road. There's a cigarette in her mouth, and she was digging around a big black and gold purse for a torch. The purse is held up by her left hand while she furiously pushed stuff around with the other hand. Then, under the illumination of a lamppost across the street, Carlos sees the shadow cloud again take form and start sliding towards the woman, like how he first saw it coming towards him. The woman still hadn't pulled her head out of her purse by the time the shadow gets to her. And that's when Carlos watches the shadow grow up out of its flat dimension. As it grew in volume, its shape was no longer resembling a cloud. It now looked like a beast out of nightmares, with a tornado of black around it that melted into the ground. Its face elongated and hooked like a beak. The swirl moving around it moved with immense force, but none of the litter in the road was disturbed, and the woman didn't notice. Its beak opened, and the woman dropped her purse. Carlos described what he saw happen by saying an aurora borealis-like thing, only gray and blue, was pulled from the woman. The black creature absorbed the essence like a vacuum. Her skin aged centuries in a matter of seconds, and then she collapsed to the ground. The creature sank back into the black tornado, and the tornado dropped back into a shadow on the ground next to the lifeless woman. Carlos had a surge of do or die, and he hopped onto his bike, pedaling as fast as he could until he got home. Completely exhausted, he called the police from his home and made the report. My dad never spoke of that night again, not until he told me. Even then, he told me because I asked him directly about the story in the newspaper, about the reports of a demon roaming the streets of Tijuana. He recounted it as fact, not legend, and he swore that every detail he shared was true. He still remembers the exact spot where the shadow emerged, where the woman fell, but he's never gone back. Not even in the daylight would he pass that same spot. My dad says that some things aren't meant to be understood, and he believes what he saw that night was proof of it, whether it was a demon, a curse, or something beyond human comprehension. It certainly isn't of this world as we know it. Whatever it was, he says, it wasn't done. And when I asked him what he meant by that, he looked at me and said, "Things like that don't just stop. They wait." I've had a few experiences, but this one happened not too long ago. I've been going to therapy for quite some time. At this point, I'd been with my current therapist for maybe 2 years. I was making progress and was really impressed with how much she'd been able to help me. She had 2 young kids who would come to her office on days when there was no school. There was a playroom set up across from her office. Usually a nanny would accompany the kids. There was never any disruption to our sessions, even though the children were young. I was almost as impressed by that as I was by her obvious skills. This day, she came in with her 2 kids and started upstairs. A much older woman was between her and her kids. I thought that she must have gotten a new nanny. She told me to come up and we settled in for our session, except I had an overwhelming feeling of sadness. I asked her if she was okay. She told me that she was, but, of course, she would say that because she has boundaries. I was looking past her at the closet with a dark wooden door when the strangest thing happened. The older woman that I'd seen behind her kids sort of materialized into the wood grain and then stepped forward behind my therapist. She put her hand on her shoulder. I asked my therapist if she was okay. She assured me she was. Then the older woman seemed to notice me. She spoke. "Tell her I'm okay." I pretended I didn't hear her. She said louder, "Tell her I'm okay." This time I said, "No." This was all happening not out loud, but telepathically. It's very hard to explain. I guess it's sort of like having your head and your heart working simultaneously. I didn't want to tell her that her dead mother was standing behind her, asking me to give her a really bland message from the beyond. I might have been willing to take a chance had she said, tell her about the time when she was 5 and we went to the beach and had a fish boil, or anything that wasn't so mundane. But I'm okay. I don't know. I asked my therapist one more time, and with greater urgency, "Are you sure you're okay?" This time she said, "Well, I just found out before I came to work that someone close to me died." I thought, yeah, no kidding. I told her I was sorry, and that we certainly didn't need to finish the session, since I also knew it was her mother, and she probably needed to make some sort of arrangements. Meanwhile, her mother continued to talk to me. Here's the thing. This is my therapist, not a friend, and I really liked her as a therapist. I didn't really want to tell her that I was seeing things. I also didn't want to pass on a message from the beyond, because it seemed like a really big boundary problem. I left. She told me she'd be gone for several weeks. In the ensuing weeks, I was obsessing about the message from her mother. Keep in mind, my therapist never told me who had died. When she came back to work, I scrounged up my courage and told her what had happened. I described what the woman had looked like, what she was wearing, what she said. I told her I knew it was a pretty bland message, but I had to tell her because I couldn't quit hearing it, and I had to say it out loud to her. She looked absolutely astonished. She told me that when her father passed, her mother would say, "I just wish I knew he was okay." It had become something that she obsessed about over the years. The message, "I'm okay," it meant a lot to her and her siblings. Go figure. They tell you to leave the job at the station. Don't bring it home. Don't let it fester. I used to think that I was good at that, compartmentalizing, shutting the door on the flames once the hoses were rolled up and the sirens were silent. But lately, the door feels like it's been left ajar. Several months ago, I started having dreams, always the same. Me running through a maze of fire, heat pressing in from all sides, and this screaming. It's not the panicked cry of someone who knows help is on the way. It's hopeless, like she knows no one's coming. I always wake up drenched in sweat, gasping for air. I never told anyone about the dreams. What's the point? Everyone at the station has their own ghosts. That night, we got the call just past 11 p.m. The old Hargrave Theater was on fire. It had been empty for years, falling apart brick by brick, but someone must have broken in and started the fire. Arson wasn't uncommon in places like that. Kids, homeless people, and some thrill seeker lighting up history just for fun. We rolled up to the wall of flames. The fire was eating its way through the structure like it had a grudge. My lieutenant was barking orders and we got to work. I'd done this 1,000 times before, but something about that night felt off. The fire didn't behave the way fires usually do. It flared up in strange places, burned hotter in some sections than others, like it had a mind of its own. I chalked it up to the building's age. Decaying wood and debris can do that, but it gnawed at me. I was part of the search and rescue team, sweeping the inside for anyone who might have been trapped. The theater was a labyrinth of narrow corridors, rotting seats, and crumbling walls. I was moving fast, clearing each section with precision, but as I pushed deeper, something pulled at my memory. It was the layout. I'd never been in that building before, but I knew where to go. I turned down a hallway without thinking, opened a door that led to a narrow staircase that I couldn't possibly have known existed. In the basement, the smoke was thick, choking, and my flashlight caught flashes of what was left: rusted metal chairs, splintered wooden beams, and a pile of rubble in the corner. And that's when I saw it. A metal box, half buried under charred debris. I don't know why I grabbed it. Something about it felt important. I shoved it into my turncoat and I kept moving. Then I heard it. The scream. It was faint, muffled, but unmistakable. A woman's voice full of terror, coming from somewhere within the basement. I froze. I'd heard the screams before, but this one cut through me like a knife. I shouted, "Fire department, call out!" But there was no answer. I should have stayed and searched. God knows I wanted to. But the ceiling groaned above me. My radio crackled with an order to pull out. The fire was spreading too fast. I ran, the scream echoing in my ears as the floor gave way behind me. We lost one of ours that night, Scott. He'd been on the roof when it collapsed. A good man, gone in an instant. We all took it hard, but I just still couldn't shake the scream. Back at the station, I pulled out the metal box. Inside was a charred journal, its edges brittle and blackened, the handwriting faded but legible enough. It belonged to William Hargrave, the theater's original owner. The entries started innocently, grand plans for the theater, dreams of stardom. But as I read on, the tone darkened. He wrote about an actress, young and ambitious, who threatened to expose him for something he'd done. He didn't name her, but it was clear she had leverage. The final entries were frantic, almost incoherent. He talked about fire as if it were alive, a punishment he couldn't escape. Then the entries stopped. I couldn't stop thinking about her, the actress, the one who disappeared. I started digging into the theater's history, asking questions that seemed to make people uncomfortable. The fire in 1947 that killed several performers was ruled an accident, but there were whispers. Witnesses said that they heard screams in the basement that night, but no bodies were found down there. One night, I visited the ruins. The building was standing just barely. I found the basement again. The air was heavy and stifling, even though the fire was long gone. You know the smell. I stared at the rubble in the corner, and I felt it. Pressure in my chest like someone was screaming without making a sound. I reported everything I found to the authorities. I told them to check the basement for remains, for evidence of what really happened. They said they'd look into it. They didn't. A week later, the theater was torn down. The dreams, they haven't exactly stopped. In fact, sometimes they're worse. The screams are louder, and I can't help but wonder if I left her behind, whoever she was. Maybe she was just a figment of my imagination or a trick of the smoke and my own exhaustion. Maybe she was real, and I'll just never know her name. They tell you to leave the job at the station, but some fires follow you home. I've got a weird one that happened to my uncle on Evergreen Way in Everett back in the 90s. It was late, and his girlfriend was driving him home from the movies. They'd just gone to see Good Will Hunting in the theaters and apparently had a few drinks while the show was playing, and maybe after. Neither of them would have blown a legal breathalyzer, and it was a torrential downpour that night. This added to the caution his girlfriend would take driving them home. His girlfriend worked at a coffee stand on that road. She was actually familiar with a couple of members of the unhoused population. They would come up to her window, asking for free shit, or be so brazen enough to try to nab the tip jar. They're laughing at all the crazy work stories that she's telling as they pass the stand that's closed down for the night. From the direction they're going, Evergreen turns into a hill. She said she could take her foot off the gas and coast down, tapping the brakes a few times to not go too fast. It's not a steep hill, but it goes for a while, and it's easy to pick up speed. They can see a couple 100 yards ahead of them on this street. They can see the streetlights ahead of them switching colors, regardless of any vehicles present, and a gas station on the corner with the rotating streetlights. This was Uncle and his girlfriend's second date together, and he thought that up until that point things had been going really good on their date. The windshield wipers are at their highest level and just barely providing enough for her to see. My uncle had offered to drive, but she'd gotten permission to use her dad's Cadillac for their date, so she was insistent that she drove. And in her defense, she was a really safe driver given the circumstances. Unc didn't have any concerns until something caught his eye, a few 100 yards down the hill. There was a man. He wore a tie-dye blanket like a kind of psychedelic mage. The backpack he wore under the largely brightly colored cape made him look disfigured, like a hunchback as he leaned on the damaged aluminum walker with a single yellow tennis ball on one of the legs. Unc points him out to his girlfriend, who's already noticed him, and she doesn't look amused anymore. Her funny stories had stopped, but the sound of rain on the roof of the car was loud enough to fill its space. The stories she'd been sharing with Unc were light-hearted, but all pivoted around very real what-the-fuck situations, ones that she'd been in. Along with those, she had a handful of not-so-light-hearted situations she'd been in. Apparently, Tie-Dye Mage was one disgusting piece of shit. One that she was always calling the cops on because he was constantly harassing her and the other baristas. But specifically, he put this girl through a particularly traumatic situation when she was on a smoke break. He approached her with a pair of garden cutters and his pants around his ankles. He was grunting like a gorilla, and his hood was pulled over his eyes, and his long brown and silver beard, it had food and other unidentifiable crusties stuck in it. She thought that he was robbing her. She put her hands up while telling him that all she had was dry erase markers in her pockets. He kept the cutters extended towards her. So she starts pulling them out and throwing them on the ground to prove that's all she had. But with his other hand, he opened the tie-dye cape, exposing himself to her. With his pants around his ankles, she was able to make an easy escape back to the coffee stand, to lock the windows and doors, and to make another call to the police. All while the guy stood outside, scratching up the side of the coffee stand with the rusty garden tool. That resulted in him going away for another few weeks, but it never prevents him from always wandering back to Evergreen when he got out again. That assault story was not mentioned during her monologue that had them both laughing a minute ago. It would be mentioned when they got back to her parents' house and were sitting in the driveway. But before that, Unc had no idea, and as they're coasting down the hill, she puts her foot back onto the gas pedal, and he feels the SUV start to pick up speed. He asks if she sees him standing on the curb. She tells him yeah, but the Cadillac continued to gain momentum down the hill. He says the guy looks handicapped. If he steps into the street, he wouldn't be quick enough to move back onto the curb. She says something like, he's not handicapped, and if he steps out onto the street, he's gonna die, because I'm going too fast to slam on my brakes in the rain. I won't be able to stop in time. It'll be his fault. Whatever it was verbatim that she told Unc, it was clear she knew exactly what she was doing. And she'd been thinking about it since she saw him far in the distance. She probably saw him before Unc did, and the whole time, she's in the driver's seat, plotting. At the bottom of the hill, it's a straight shot to the light where the guy's located. Unc's gripping his seat as they're getting closer. In his head, he's thinking he's going to either be an accessory to murder or he's going to have to work with the police to ensure himself that he never gets with this girl again. He was having a moral dilemma of tremendous proportions. Grabbing the steering wheel would kill them both if the SUV lost control, and so the only choice was to sit back in his seat, watch the show taking place out the front windshield. 100 yards quickly turned to 50, and sure enough, the tie-dye mage set his walker off the curb and steps into the road. Unk's stomach sinks like a rock. They had approximately 20 yards before the SUV would make contact. It looked like the homeless man was dancing in their lane and expecting them to swerve around, but she was gripping the steering wheel with both hands and no plans to change lanes. All Unk had time to do was put his hands in a half-hearted attempt to block his face from the shards of glass and human corpse that would potentially be flying his way. With his eyelids glued open, he sees the homeless man dissolve into nothingness as the hood of the Cadillac goes through him without making a sound or any vibrations from the expected thud. The tie-dye man dematerialized from their viewpoint over the dashboard. Then, the road in front of them grew like a concrete wall. Unk still had his arms out in front of him when the passenger airbag deployed and shattered one of his wrists and most of the bones in the fingers. The big, sturdy vehicle they'd been driving had just gone from 50 to 0 within a fraction of a second. This was on account of a pothole the size of a bathtub in the far right lane on Evergreen. The whole front of the SUV had been swallowed by a jagged pit made of concrete, metal, and asphalt. The airbag on the driver's side releases with enough velocity to knock the girl unconscious. It takes Unk a second to regain his sense, and then using only one of his hands, he gets his door open and climbs out of the vehicle. The day's rain had accumulated close to a foot of water in the hole, and when he climbed out, it was impossible not to be soaked. Then he crawls his way out of the pothole. It was waist deep, and when he turned around, he saw the SUV with its back end at a 60-degree incline. Its front end was completely crushed and hidden under the pavement of Evergreen Way. He looked in all directions and quickly discerned how alone they were out there. The streets were vacant of anyone except him. His girlfriend hadn't exited the Cadillac, but Unk was too injured from the accident to climb back in and check on her status. There was a gas station across the street at the same four-way intersection. They let him use their phone to call for help. The girl would rise from the pothole before ambulances arrived. She was bruised, but overall got out of it unharmed. They were taken to the hospital to be evaluated. While they were both in the ER waiting room, they discussed not bringing up the homeless man when they were asked about what happened. It wasn't a necessary part. They were driving down Evergreen Way, doing the speed limit with their SUV, and it was destroyed by an unmarked construction area. There was a sign set up, but the wind blew it into the pothole earlier that night. She never saw the tie-dye man return after that. They were both convinced that what they saw that night was his ghost, but what they can't agree on is if he was trying to help them avoid the pothole, or if he was leading them to it. Unk thought that he was hoping she'd swerve to avoid him, but she never stopped believing that he influenced her to fall in that pothole. Coaxed her, per se. So what do you think? Let's say that it was a ghost. Do you think someone could still maintain human infatuations after death? Personally, hearing that story, I think he was trying to get them to avoid the pothole and didn't expect her to go right for him. Maybe he did. I'll be checking the comments periodically. I want to see if you all think this ghost did that shit on purpose or not. Memory comes back on silent nights, usually when the refrigerator clicks on. Its low thrumming sounding just enough like the dead hum of a deactivated amplifier to trick my ears. I haven't lived in the Lookout 7 tower for almost a decade, but sometimes the stillness of my apartment is a perfect echo chamber for the quiet terror of that last week. I was a radio purist, a solitude addict. That remote fire lookout station at Klamath National Park was my heaven. My only real lifeline to the outside world was the ham radio setup that I'd hauled up there. A beautiful, complicated array of wires, dials, and a meticulously tuned vertical dipole antenna. The static was my white noise, and the familiar voices I caught were my only neighbors. The most consistent voice belonged to a man named Dusty. He was a retiree, a fellow ham operator down in a small town about 50 miles south. We talked for 2 hours every Tuesday and Friday. Same time, same frequency. Dusty had a low, gravelly voice. One that sounded like he'd smoked a pack a day for 50 years. He talked about gardening, the price of gasoline, and the weather. Simple things, human things. The change started subtly. About 3 weeks before I finally left, it was a Tuesday. "Well, you just hold up there, Leo," Dusty signed off. "Don't let those big trees fall on your head. 7-3. I smiled. He always signed off with 7-3, the ham radio code for best regards. But I noticed he said, "Hold up there," instead of his usual "hang tight." It was nothing, a minor change in cadence. People don't always use the exact same phrases. I blamed it on the geomagnetic conditions that can subtly alter the sound of a voice. But then it sort of escalated. The next Friday, Dusty was talking about his tomato yield. "You know, Leo, I'm surprised by the volume I get from these little plants." Volume. Dusty would never use that kind of word. I know it seems simple, but he'd say a heap or a bunch or something. Volume was a little precise for a guy whose vocabulary was mostly dedicated to fishing lures and the local diner menu. I frowned and keyed the mic just 'cause. "You doing all right, Dusty?" He sounded a little formal. There was a brief silence, a stretch of dead air that went on for too long. And then the voice returned, pitch perfect. "Oh, I'm just great, Leo. Good old Dusty. Just talking about my little garden. Gotta go, neighbor. Clouds are moving in." There was something just so off about all the things he was saying. The phrases were close, but off-key. There were times when Dusty wouldn't remember what we talked about. He'd sound more like himself, but it was like he forgot the other conversations. But it wasn't like he forgot. It was he really wasn't there. He'd been sick at the hospital a couple of times. He wasn't there. He said that might happen a few Tuesdays and Fridays while he was going through treatment. I tried not to press him on it, because clearly he was telling me something personal. But I started to feel like this was some sort of mimic I'd talked to. Didn't have a great feeling about it. I think for me, the terror began when the transmission stopped being so one-way. I started to hear things between our calls. During the static breaks, I was alone, fiddling with a dial, and I'd happen to let out a short, frustrated sigh. 5 seconds later, a burst of static, and then a clean, crisp sound. A sigh, right back through the speaker. It was my sigh. I began to test it sometimes, tapping my pencil against the desk. Tap, tap, tap. Moments later, the microphone would pick up the faint, almost swallowed sound of a tap, tap, tap in the silence. It wasn't an echo from the mountain. It was coming over the frequency. The thing, whatever had been being Dusty, was no longer content to copy an old man's voice. Felt like it was listening to me and learning me. And then came the storm, a massive late-season squall that sounded like a freight train rolling through the pines. All communication went out. The regular phone line was down, and I was truly isolated. Just the radio set and the rain. At 2:40 a.m., the radio lights flickered, and the speaker exploded with life. Not static, but clear. A clean human voice cutting through the storm like a beacon. Mayday, Mayday, this is Dusty. 14.230. I'm in trouble. I need help. I'm pinned under a tree on my property. My legs are broken. Can anyone read me? It was Dusty, his true voice, ragged and desperate. The terror was palpable. My heart was drumming in my chest. I grabbed my mic, fingers shaking, ready to call the sheriff's department and relay the coordinates. But just as I brought the mic to my lips, another voice cut across the frequency, completely overriding Dusty's cries. The second voice was low and resonant and calm. It wasn't begging. It was issuing a command. Negative. Emergency traffic. This is Leo, lookout 7. I repeat, this is Leo, lookout 7. I'm injured. My legs are broken and I'm bleeding out on the access road. I'm fading fast. Send immediate response to lookout 7 access road. The blood drained from my face. I didn't recognize the calm tone, but obviously I recognized the texture and the pitch and the slight crack to the voice. It was mine. Perfect. Uncanny. It was better than the imitation of Dusty. It was me, lying and calling for help, overriding the real distress call and rerouting the rescue to the tower. I ripped the headset off, and the sound of the two voices, Dusty pleading for his life in my own voice, sending help in the wrong direction, ringing in my ears. The thing hadn't just learned my voice. It waited for a moment of total isolation to use it as a weapon. It was calling out and using my identity as bait. I threw the main power switch to the radio, plunging the cabin into silence broken only by the rain. But the silence didn't last. I ripped the access panel off the console and saw the antenna wire, still hot with the residual broadcast. The lie was out there, but the real call wasn't over, and Dusty was still screaming. I found the main transmitter feed, and with trembling hands, I jury-rigged a direct line to the backup antenna. It was a local, low-power frequency, meant only for our short-range maintenance crews, a signal too weak to override the powerful, false one. It was a whisper against a shout, but it was honest. I was shouting into the mic to ignore the broadcast on Channel 4. My real voice was hoarse and raw. Dusty is here, mile marker 22. The old lodging trail, I repeat, mile marker 22. Don't listen to anything else. I spent the rest of the night just repeating mile marker 22, 22, 22. As I sat there with a hatchet in my lap, I was listening to the wind and the rain. Eventually, I set everything back up. I had to know if they'd found Dusty. But I wouldn't learn anything that night. It would be later that morning. They found Dusty, alive but with a broken leg, clinging to his radio setup. The search party said that the main distress call had been chaotic, sending most of the crews miles away. But one old-timer, working a short-range maintenance band, had heard a strange, panicked whisper that kept repeating the number 22, and he followed it. I never told anyone about that second voice, and I left that day without signing the logbook or saying a word to anyone. I don't know what the hell it was, but I do feel like it was trying to use me to kill Dusty. I still live a quiet life now, far from the woods, though. I refuse to buy a shortwave radio. I wouldn't say the radio scares me now, but I just think different things when I hear the static. Now, white noise is my white noise. Howdy. I'm not close with my parents. Dad left when I was young. Mom's an addict that I've recently dissolved my relationship with after multiple heartbreaks, lies, and relapses. This all being said, I'm realizing in my 30s that I have absolutely no clue about my family health history. So I have virtually no idea if I'm susceptible to diabetes, cancers, or any other genetic health condition I should be watching out for during this period of life. Besides addiction. I'm sure I got that one, so I've never bothered to test it. Anyway, I haven't really thought about this part too much until recently. I finally reached the age where they'll be poking around down there, if you know what I mean. So, at my doctor's appointment, the doctor asked me about my father's health. I said I don't know. He gave me a wince and apologized, but that truly didn't bother me. I could give a fuck less about my dad, but it would be helpful to know if he had any scary health problems. After that appointment, I drove home. I experienced something that I've been experiencing. My wife was still at work. We live in a one-story rambler. The front door enters into our living room, and we have a big 85-inch Samsung TV stationed on the wall across from the door. It essentially acts as a black mirror when it's turned off. Walking in, I unconsciously glance up at the dark screen. In its reflection, I can see the couch down to the edge of the coffee table. I also notice a person standing next to the arm of the couch. The screen isn't a vivid reflection, but it's enough to clearly see the figure standing there. I blink and squint, and it's gone. This has happened before. And to unspook myself, I try to believe that it's some eye goop that's clouded my retina and continue about my afternoon. Like I said, this wasn't the first time I saw someone standing in the black reflection. I'd say it's been a solid 3 months of me seeing these shadow entities more frequently, and they're not all in the reflection. Several weeks before I even made an appointment with my doctor, I opened the door to the closet and I felt the pressure of a cat walking through my legs, out from the open door. The sensation made me look down, and I swore I saw a black tail disappear behind my denim jeans. We don't have any animals. I don't know if I'm alone here, but I'm sure that we've all seen things that we think are shadows out of the corner of our eye, once or twice. Again, I'd just chalk those up to that pareidolia thing. But with how often I've been seeing these things, and how they're not just immediately vanishing anymore, I'm scared this could be a mental health thing, which is another reason I've been establishing care with a doctor. I don't want to scare my wife, and I really don't want to tell just any doctor that I'm seeing things. But I haven't experienced any other hallucinations outside my home either. I'm not really sure which route to take as of right now, but I know that I'm not feeling good about these things. I never put much stock into the paranormal, but at this point, I guess it could be a relief. Has anyone ever experienced anything like this? Update. First of all, thanks for anyone who read this and either gave advice or just offered sincere words. I really appreciate it. Secondly, apologies because this update is actually going to be likely longer than my original story. I'm sorry for the delay, but I did end up taking the advice of a lot of people, which was that I should let my wife know what's going on. I kinda knew this was the right move, but understand I was just genuinely afraid of making her afraid, but you all are right. If there's something wrong with me, she needs to know. And if there's something wrong with our house, she needs to know that too. Needless to say, she initially handled it super well. In fact, things just got a lot more interesting, and I guess less scary, for me. I told my wife about the stuff I'd been experiencing, and when I mentioned the cat, she stopped me, grabbed my arm, and said, "No way." I wasn't sure if she was just excited about the story or what, but I told her, yeah, for sure, that happened. Before saying anything else besides, oh my God, She gets up from where we're sitting and grabs her phone. She puts the phone on speakerphone and sets it between us, and that's when I see she's calling her best friend, Jess. I'm confused, so I ask her what she's doing. But before she can answer, Jess answers the phone, and as soon as she does, my wife asks her to please retell the story of what happened to her 3 months ago when she was staying with us. The first thing Jess does is scoff a little and asks my wife, "Oh, so now you believe me?" But then she goes right into the story. Jess was staying with us a couple of weeks, visiting from Massachusetts, where my wife and I are originally from. Well, apparently, while Jess was here, she had an experience. Both my wife and I were at work, but Jess was getting ready in our room. My wife has a big vanity in our bathroom, which is in our room. While she was sitting there doing her makeup, she felt something brush against her leg. Knowing we didn't have any pets, Jess said that she screamed right away, and then when she looked down, she saw a black tail between her feet. It quickly disappeared behind her the moment she looked down. Only, there's nowhere for anything to disappear to. She said the bathroom door was closed, so she expected to see something running around. After doing a few 360s, she sits back down and calls my wife to tell her the story. My wife thought that it was weird, but figured it was just her friend being in a new space. Maybe it was the tie to her robe, or a towel, or any other number of things. She even suggested her friend dropped a makeup brush, which then brushed against her leg, all of which Jess shut down the first time and continued to shut down on this call. When my wife told Jess about my experience, she kind of freaked out. She made me tell her my story from the top. And when I mentioned the TV shadow not being a one-time thing, she flat out told us that our house was haunted or something. So, I guess that's about where we've landed. I'm a lot less afraid for some reason. Like, I know this is technically terrifying, and neither my wife or me really know what to do to resolve the problem, but I really wasn't looking forward to losing my mind. The problem now is that I can tell that my wife is a little bit paranoid, and though she's also happy I'm not crazy, she's scared of whatever this thing is. Ever since I told her, she keeps asking me if I've seen anything again, where it is, and what it looks like. I tell her every time something happens, but I think that's making things worse. She's starting to ask lots of questions on the internet, and then coming to me with essentially various possibilities. She's obsessing over the fact that she hasn't seen anything like a shadow, but constantly feels like she's being watched. I've tried to do small things that she suggested, rearranging the furniture to a more welcoming and protective feng shui, invested in crystals, but now she wants to get crosses and invite a priest in. Some of you originally recommended that route, so I guess it's officially time to do something about it. If anyone has suggestions on the real right place to start, or even an actual connection in New England, I'd love those recommendations. I'll be sure to update this if anything comes about, but in the meantime, I appreciate the kindness from strangers on the internet. I don't really have anyone else besides my wife to talk to about this, so thank you. It was the summer of 1984. Paul and I were fresh out of college, feeling rebellious and broke. So when we planned our cross-country trip, we avoided motels like the plague. We were using the classifieds in a small-town newspaper to find cheap, private lodgings. That's how I found the Oak Haven Retreat, a hand-scrawled ad promising a rustic cabin in the woods of rural Oregon for $50 a week. It sounded like an adventure. The cabin was exactly as advertised, remote. You drove 10 miles down a dirt road that felt like it hadn't seen a grader since the war. The place was a tiny, cedar-shingled box, smelling faintly like pine needles and dampness. The key was exactly where the owner, a man named Mr. Silas, whom we'd only spoken to over the phone, said it would be. under a rusty watering can on the porch. The first 2 days were idyllic. We spent the time hiking and reading, surviving on canned chili and a sense of freedom that only true isolation can provide. The only real inconvenience was the cold at night, which meant relying heavily on the old wood-burning stove in the corner. On Tuesday evening, I took on the job of getting the fire going, while Paul went down to the well to fill the drinking jugs that had run out by now. I opened the stove's heavy cast-iron door and pulled out the old kindling box from underneath. It was packed with thin splinters of dried cedar, and as I sifted through the wood to find the driest pieces, my fingers snagged on something. It wasn't wood at all. Tucked deep in the sawdust and bark was a small, oblong piece of white paper. Folded so tightly it felt like a tiny block of wood itself. I unfolded it carefully. It wasn't a grocery list or a note from Mr. Silas. It was a desperate, messy scrawl written in pencil. The handwriting was shaky, fragmented, and clearly done in haste. He knows I saw the truck. Don't drink the well water. My name is Anna. My first thought was that it was a prank or an elaborate joke left by a previous tenant to spook the next guest. But the dread that washed over me was too immediate and heavy to dismiss. The pencil marks were hard-pressed into the paper, the lines uneven, suggesting the writer had been crying or rushing. I stood there, the paper trembling in my hands, as Paul came stomping in, setting the full water jug on the counter. "What's wrong?" he asked, seeing my face. I showed him the note. He read it once and then again. His easygoing smile instantly vanished. "Anna? Who the hell's Anna? This can't be real." "The water, Paul. You just brought in a jug of it," I whispered, glancing at the counter. We stared at the well water and then at the note. If the message about the water was a warning, the first line was the threat. He knows I saw the truck. I looked around the cabin. It felt less like a rustic retreat and more like a flimsy trap. Paul immediately went to the front window. The cabin was high up on a ridge, and through the tall, dense pines, you could usually see nothing but more forest. But that night, as the last of the daylight bled from the sky, Paul let out a low sound. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered. I rushed over to his side, hidden about 50 yards down the slope. Parked just behind a cluster of 3 thick pines was a vehicle. It was a rusty, dark green pickup truck, faded and covered in mud. It looked old, maybe 50s, early 60s. And more importantly, it was definitely not there when we arrived. All in all, it was exactly the kind of remote, beaten-up vehicle you'd expect to be described in a cryptic warning found in a fireplace. It was parked strategically, far enough away to be concealed from the cabin itself, but close enough for the driver to watch the cabin unobserved. "That truck," Paul said, his voice flat. The note writer saw that truck. The terror wasn't in the note itself or even the truck. It was in the sudden, horrifying realization that we'd stumbled right into the middle of someone else's nightmare. The cabin wasn't vacant. It was a set piece in a terrible drama, and we'd taken the stage, it seemed. We didn't need to discuss what to do next. We moved in a panicked, silent efficiency. We left the chili on the stove, anything to make it seem like we were staying. We pulled our bags off the hooks, shoved our clothes in them, and grabbed our car keys. We closed the stove door and then quietly, slowly, crept to the back door, the one that led away from the direction of the truck. Once outside, we bolted. We didn't use the main path. We plunged straight into the trees behind the cabin, tearing through the brush and pine needles, running parallel to the dirt road for half a mile until we hit the highway. We burst onto the asphalt, covered in scratches and adrenaline, and piled into our beat-up sedan. Paul drove with a frantic, desperate speed that was terrifying in its own right. We didn't stop until we reached the lights of the next city, almost 3 hours later. We went straight to the police station and presented the crumpled note and told them everything. The local police were skeptical, but Paul insisted on leaving the note with them and giving them Mr. Silas's contact information. We spent the next week camping in a national park hundreds of miles away, waiting. The call finally came late the following week. The officer on the line sounded grim. They had gone out to the cabin. They found the chili on the stove. They found the well, which they were testing. They found the rusty green pickup truck abandoned down the hill. Most chillingly, they found another car on the property, buried under debris. Its license plate led them to a missing person report that was filed several months earlier for a woman named Anna. The case was now considered a suspected homicide. I still keep the faint image of that note in my mind, a constant reminder of how thin the barrier is between a peaceful adventure and an absolute nightmare. We walked right into that terrible scenario, and only a desperate, silent plea from the past saved us from becoming another footnote in the cabin's dark history. This weekend was my weekend to have my daughter Trisha over. She's almost 7 now. Her mom and I have a pretty amicable thing going on, so I'm not complaining. I get Trisha every other weekend. She was dropped off Friday night, but Saturday morning I remembered my laptop was still plugged in on my desk at work. So Saturday morning, I woke Trisha up early. We got some Wendy's for breakfast on the way to work. Around the corner as we're leaving the drive-thru, there's a park with a pond on the other side of the parking lot. In front of that, there's a wooden bench and an old woman sitting on it. She was homeless and having a full-on conversation with herself, loud enough to hear before I rolled the window back up after grabbing the food. Trisha asked who that grandma was talking to. I go, oh, she's talking to an invisible friend. In between bites of her sandwich, my daughter looks, and she looks at me and says, "Oh, BB's mom has a friend like that, but I didn't think that she was real." Who the hell is BB? She's my best friend. And her mom has an invisible friend? How do you know this? Trisha said that last Tuesday, her friend BB had a sleepover, and from what it sounds like, either Trisha was the only one invited or the only one of the classmates that showed up. Either way, it was just her and BB doing this sleepover thing. No idea what part of town they live in. It's just BB and the mom living at this house. I think that she said the mom's name was Kristen, and apparently, from Trisha's description, it sounds like a pretty nice big piece of property. The girls were allowed to roam around freely. I don't know how I feel about that, and apparently there's some sort of underground structure somewhere in this field that they were playing in. I assume it's like a bomb shelter thing that they built out there. BB said that's where they kept the popsicles and led Trisha down into the bunker. The stairs were dark and the room where they were going was even darker. Trisha didn't want to go down, she said, but it was a hot day. She really wanted a popsicle, and the only way to do that was to follow BB. I said, next time just tell her to bring it up to you. But Trisha said that when they got down the steps, it started to feel colder, like walking into an ice arena. By the time they reached the bottom, BB turned on a light, and they could see their breath, like how you can when it snows. Then tell me what you think about this, because she tells me that Kristen was already down there. Seeing her gave the girls a fright, because on their way down they thought they'd heard someone talking, but they didn't know where it was coming from. When they saw her, they screamed. I stopped her and said, wait, BB's mom was already down there? Like she was just standing down there with all the lights off, talking to herself? What was she doing? Trisha corrected me, saying no, she was sitting in a chair. Her back was to them. The chair was facing the wall like she was in a timeout. But when BB and Trisha screamed, it scared her too, causing her to also scream. They all shared a laugh together afterwards. Kristen got the girls popsicles and sent them back outside to eat. Kristen stayed down there, and Trisha said the lights turned off again when they shut the door. When she asked BB what her mom was doing down there, she replied that her mom talks to her friends through mirrors. Trisha tells me, oh yeah, there was a whole bunch of big, pretty mirrors down there. Some were even bigger than her. BB tells Trisha that her mom's friends are invisible. She's never seen them, but she can hear them. Trisha doesn't believe BB, but she swore on their friendship that she couldn't tell lies, and so I guess it also proves that her mom wasn't crazy. She made Trisha walk back to the bunker and put her ear against the door. It was quiet for a second, but soon she heard Kristen talking, and a few seconds later, sure enough, she had to apologize to BB for not believing her. Because Trisha heard it for herself, a man's low voice talking back to Kristen down there. I asked how long Kristen stayed in the bunker, leaving them unattended, and she said that she came out to join them, had some more popsicles, but the girls hadn't finished their first ones yet, so that time frame. I go, that's weird, right? And she shrugs her shoulders, and so I go, no, that's weird. Did Kristen do anything else like that while you were there? Like what? She asked. And I said, weird stuff. Talking to mirrors, Trisha, that stuff. She says, why is that weird? She doesn't talk to the mirror. She talks to her friends on the other side. Invisible friends, like the grandma we saw. Yeah, well, maybe. I don't know. What else did you do? What'd you have for dinner? She told me that Kristen cooked them tacos for Taco Tuesday, and the rest of Trisha's story was more what I anticipated hearing about. At the end of the night, the girls were in the living room, each on different couches in their sleeping bags. Kristen makes them a bag of popcorn, turns on the movie Elemental, which I haven't seen. I think it's a Pixar movie. Trisha, I guess, has seen it more than once. She's telling me the plot of the movie and then interrupts her own train of thought, remembering, oh yeah, something else weird did happen. I ask, what, with Kristen? Did she come out again? And Trisha says no. This was later in the night. BB had already fallen asleep on the couch, but Trisha was trying to stay awake until the end of the movie. I say, what was weird? And she says, there was a part in the movie that didn't happen the other times that she'd seen it. This is what she described watching. Trisha knows the actual names, but I forgot, so basically, there's a fire girl and water guy. Near the end of the movie, the girl's riding a scooter and the water guy is on the back riding with her. They were supposed to drive really fast through traffic, in the rain. But this time, when she watched it and the movie got to that part, it froze and all the music stopped. She said BB had the remote to the TV, but before she got up, the TV wasn't really frozen because the water guy was still moving all flowy. Then he turned his head toward the camera, looking at Trisha. He was frowning, said something that she didn't understand, like he was talking backwards. She said that he was blue but turned red during the new part of the movie. The water guy was now red and then winked at her with one of his eyes, and he stopped talking backwards. He then turned blue again, leans back onto the scooter, picking up where he'd left off, and the scene unfroze again where it left off and how she remembered it. And she was serious about that happening, or at least her thinking that happened. I don't know. She could have dreamed that. Either way, it scared the shit out of me when she told me. Later that night, I rang up Shelley, the baby mama. She answered all pissed off, like, what? I silently thanked God for our divorce before cheeringly saying, "Oh, hey, Shelley. You let our daughter stay the night at a haunted hell house last Tuesday?" She scoffs and actually says, "Kristen has diabetes, you idiot," then hangs up on me. I didn't bother calling her back to clarify how that had anything to do with a haunted house. Like, seriously, though. Maybe Shelley thinks being diabetic means something different. Anyway, that's why I'm here, asking for help on this. It's not really in my power right now to delegate Trisha's time when she's with her mom, and Mommy's antics got Daddy banned from TGI Fridays when that was still a place, so I'm out here, on my own, still trying to be the best dad I can for my daughter, but I gotta deal with this constant bullshit making my job nearly impossible. What do? I didn't have the luxury of remarrying some rich cuck with a boat. Okay, thank you. This happened about 4 years ago, and even now I'm not really sure how to talk about it. Some people hear this story and think it's about trauma. Some think that it's about the supernatural. I'm not really sure which camp I fall into anymore. I used to hike a lot. It was kind of my therapy. Just me, my boots, and a stretch of trail to get lost in. There's this spot about an hour outside of Eugene, Oregon. Not a national park, just a sprawl of untamed woodland, dotted with old game trails and forgotten logging roads. I liked it because I could go all day and not see another person. One morning in late summer, I headed out a little later than usual. I wasn't trying to summit or make great time. I just wanted some peace and quiet. About 2 hours in, I veered off the trail to follow what looked like a faint path through the undergrowth. I do that sometimes just to see where it leads. And that's when I smelled it. It hit me all at once. This incredibly sweet smell. Sickly sweet. Like overripe fruit rotting in the sun. At first I thought maybe it was a dead animal, something small. But it was strong, overpowering even. And for reasons I still don't really understand, I followed it. It's like I couldn't walk away. I pushed aside some brush and nearly stepped into the clearing before I saw him. A man, or at least what was left of one. He was slumped against the base of a tree, legs stretched out in front of him, arms slack at his sides. He was decaying, swollen, skin greenish black and mottled. Parts of him collapsed in on themselves. His face was sunken and bloated, skin taut like it might split. I won't describe more than that. You get the idea. It was the kind of sight that rearranges your insides. I backed up, heart hammering, trying to make sense of it. I scrambled for my phone, got just enough signal to call the local sheriff's office. I gave them my GPS coordinates. They told me to wait, stay put until someone arrived. So I did. And let me tell you, there's nothing quite like sitting in a dense forest in near silence, next to a decomposing corpse while the sun starts to go down. The longer I sat, the worse it got. The smell clung to the back of my throat. I started hearing things, branches cracking, the buzz of flies, the occasional snap of movement just beyond view. I tried not to look at him, but my eyes kept drifting back. He didn't seem real. He looked like a prop from a horror film. Eventually, I started to talk. I didn't even realize I was doing it at first, just mumbling under my breath. I told him I was sorry, that I didn't mean to find him, that help was coming, that he wasn't alone. When the deputies finally arrived nearly 2 hours later, I could have cried. One of them stayed with me while the others called in for backup, and began the grim task of bagging the body. I gave a statement. They took down my info and I left. No one followed up beyond a quick confirmation a week later. It had been a suicide. The man had hiked out there alone, left a note in his backpack, and overdosed. Peaceful, they said. A choice. But something about it didn't feel very peaceful to me. That night, I had the first dream. I was standing in the woods again, only it was dusk, and I couldn't find the trail. Everything felt warped, like the trees were breathing and moving. The smell was there again, that same syrupy rot. And then I saw him, not the bloated corpse, but a man, lean, tired, dressed in dark clothes. His eyes were sunken. His skin looked waxy, and he spoke to me like he knew me. "You weren't supposed to find me," he said. "You ruined it." I woke up drenched in sweat. The dream came back the next night, and the night after that, and after that. In some versions, he stands at the edge of the clearing, watching. In others, he's closer, angry, accusing. He tells me that I ripped the silence open, that I dragged him back into the world. Once, I dreamt that I was back in the clearing, but this time, I was the one slumped at the base of the tree, and he was standing over me. I started sleeping with the lights on for a while and stopped hiking completely. My appetite vanished. I lost 10 pounds in less than a month. My therapist said that it was trauma, that the human brain reacts strangely to exposure to death, and that dreams are how we process what we can't understand. Maybe she's right. But I can't shake the feeling that I saw something I wasn't meant to see, or that I really messed something up, interrupted something sacred. I didn't even mean to, and I don't mean that in a religious way. I guess I just mean in the way that grief and death and solitude can be sacred. The dreams still come sometimes, not every night, but when they do, I know it's him, even before I see him. He doesn't always speak. Sometimes he just stares. I've never told anyone about this, but I used to be terrified of the house that we moved into when I was 13. I'm an only child. My parents' bedroom was on the first floor, while mine was on the opposite end of the second floor. I chose it for that very reason, and regretted it by the third night. I was just going to bed when I heard footsteps coming up the stairs and down the hall. I assumed it was one of my parents and wondered what they could want so late, but the footsteps stopped just before my door. I waited for at least a couple of minutes, but they never moved or called out. So I opened the door to see what the deal was, and nobody was there. The next morning, I asked my parents which of them was creeping outside my door, but they denied ever getting out of bed. I thought my dad was messing with me, though I didn't care enough to press the issue. Spoiler alert, he wasn't. I'm not sure if it was weeks or months later before the next incident, but enough time went by that I'd written the whole thing off. And then I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps pacing outside my door. I was terrified until remembering it was probably just my dad. Then I decided to beat him at his own game. Quietly, I crept towards the door. I pulled it open just as the steps passed by, but no one was there. It was just an empty hallway with nowhere to go. A cold breeze blew past me, and everything was dead silent. I was instantly terrified again. There was no explanation for what I heard, and I knew I hadn't dreamed it. The following morning, my parents denied any involvement. My mom joked that it was probably just a ghost. She and my dad both laughed it off, but that was the only explanation that made any sense. So I had to test the theory. That night, I took a bunch of candles into my room, and I held a makeshift seance. I only knew what I saw on TV, but I did my best to banish any lingering spirits regardless. I slept through the next several nights, but stayed up late that weekend, just to see if anything happened. The footsteps started just before 3 a.m., and it made my blood run cold. Again, they came up the stairs and began pacing outside my door. It continued for several minutes while I sat listening, frozen in terror. Finally, I worked up the courage to call out a tentative, "Hello?" Only once it was past my lips did I realize how awful it would be to hear a response. But thankfully, none were forthcoming. I tried to make myself get out of bed and open the door like the other nights, but I just couldn't. This time, my parents didn't find my story so endearing. They didn't want to hear about my mysterious footsteps anymore. And that was my last attempt for over a year. And again, at least a week passed before the next occurrence, maybe more. The footsteps were louder than usual and woke me just as before. I laid awake waiting for them to stop. But then there was a light tapping on my door, and a new level of fear coursed through me. It felt like it lasted an eternity, and even when it stopped, I couldn't fall back asleep. I'm pretty sure that's when my nightmares started as well. Sometimes I wasn't sure if something was a dream or reality, so I started leaving myself proof in various ways. Not too long after my 14th birthday, I woke to more tapping. But while I hid under my covers, the noises only got worse until the unthinkable happened. My doorknob began to turn. I could hear the metal and the slow creaking of the door opening. I couldn't not look at that point. I had to know what was coming through the door, for better or for worse. By then, I was sleeping with a flashlight under my pillow, an actual flashlight, no cell phones in those days, I'm afraid, and I sat up with it in one fast, embarrassingly spasmic motion. The door was halfway open, but no one was there. No one was ever there. I got up to close my door and put my vanity stool against it, so I would know that it hadn't been a dream. I dealt with similar incidents every few weeks for the entire time that I lived in that house. The worst incident happened when I was 16, and I woke to someone sitting on the foot of my bed. I lashed out with my feet and felt them connect with somebody's body. But once I sat up, the room was empty. After that, I started sneaking downstairs to sleep on the couch full time. If my parents woke up first, I'd pretend it was an accident. Or if I'd wake up first, I'd sneak back into my room. I tried bringing it up a couple more times over the years, but once they threatened to put me in therapy, I never mentioned it again. Life got much better after I went to college. My parents moved to a brand new house while I was away, and I never saw our old place again. But a few years ago, I worked up the nerve to ask my mom about the old house, and she very casually explained that a man had killed his wife in a jealous rage before ending his own life. All on the second floor, of course, and they just never felt comfortable going up there. I was speechless. I'm still kind of speechless. I mean, who does that? When I got upset, I was told that we simply couldn't afford to move at the time, and they felt like telling me the truth would only make my ghost dreams worse. Not gonna lie, I'm still a little bitter about it. Growing up, I lived in a town with a sewer system, kind of like the one from It. Obviously not quite as elaborate or glamorous. The smell is something I'll never forget, but when you're kids looking for privacy, certain allowances are permissible. Me and a few friends would go through one of the bigger tunnels to just hang out and smoke. It led to a large open area, one that was big enough for some folding chairs and a broken table. There were other tunnels leading to other rooms, but we never thought about where they led. It was filthy enough where we were, and trudging through sewer water isn't something on our bucket list. Then my friend Holly brought her boyfriend Steve to our spot. We were 13 or 14 at that point. The next day, he brought a couple of friends and the boys took over. They wanted to see where the other tunnels went. Smell be damned. One Saturday morning, 5 of us met up with a single flashlight, bags full of snacks like we were going on an extended hike. In reality, several tunnels were too small or flooded to go through, but we found another service tunnel with a little walkway path. We followed that for a bit. Once we got further in, there were tons of directions that we could go and tucked off areas with some kind of service equipment. We were taking a break and eating some snack bars when the flashlight died. We'd been wandering around for close to an hour, and now it was pitch black. There was a brief chaos while blame was being passed around, but eventually we had to actually try to get out. We ended up forming a single file line with Steve in the front and Brady at the end. Everyone held onto the shirt of the person in front of them, while Steve waved his arms and tried not to walk us into a wall. The way we had to move, there was no telling how far we'd gone, or if we were even going in the right direction. Sometimes we'd hit a dead end and have to turn around, so we could have been going in circles and never known it. It felt like we were just going deeper and deeper into the tunnels. We walked through gravel for a while, and most of us were positive we hadn't passed any of that on the way in. But Steve and Holly thought we had. I had no idea how long we'd been walking when Brady yelled. It felt like an hour, but probably less. Brady said a hand had touched his shoulder, and he started pushing past the rest of us. Most of us fell while he ran straight into a wall and busted his nose. There was total chaos for several minutes while we all panicked. We knew it wasn't a joke, but we hoped that he'd imagined it. More than once I thought I'd heard whispering, but that could have been running water or anything. At least that's what I tell myself. When nothing else happened for several minutes, we calmed down enough to find each other and reform our line. We were covered in grime now, so our moods had significantly worsened, and we began to argue. Once again, we were turned around. No clue which way we were going before the chaos. We walked in a random direction for another chunk of time. Now Brady was in front and Steve was in the back, but Holly was the one to scream. She was holding onto the back of my shirt and pulled me down with her as she fell. She thought Steve shoved her, but he swore he hadn't, and we believed him. Even Holly admitted that he hadn't let go of her shirt beforehand, and he was in enough trouble with her as it was. None of us were trying to drag out this experience. Before we could calm down and regroup again, a distant cackling laughter echoed around us. It couldn't have been anyone in our group. It was too far away. That's when the real panic hit. We screamed and ran. I heard the others grunt and groan as they slammed into walls. I somehow avoided smashing my face, but I fell several times, and I could feel open wounds on my knees and palms. I was crying so loud I didn't even notice when I stopped hearing the others. One minute we were all screaming, and the next, I was alone in silence. That was it for me. I sat against a wall and waited to die. I just couldn't move anymore. A long time had passed. I heard more of that cackling laughter, followed by footsteps coming closer and closer, but I was frozen in place. When the footsteps were within a few feet from me, they stopped. I thought someone was standing right in front of me, but everything was just black. I never heard the footsteps leave, but I did hear more whispers. I couldn't make out the words, but there were at least 2 voices. I think they were female, but I can't be sure. To this day, I've never felt terror like that again. I kept hearing things that way for several hours, until there were suddenly louder voices, and these were calling my name, and Brady and Holly's. I was so paranoid by then, I thought it was a trap. What kind of trap, I don't even know. I imagined crazed homeless people, ghosts, demons, every horror movie I'd ever seen, including it. And then I saw a light. It was getting closer, and there were 3 actual live people with real lights. It hurt my eyes a lot, but I didn't care. It was light, and they were regular people. It was a search team. Somehow, Steve and our other friend Jamie had stayed together and made it out. They sent help back for the rest of us. They found Holly first. She was closest to the entrance. They didn't find Brady for another half an hour after I was rescued. He had found his way to a closed tunnel that the first search team couldn't even fit through, so they had to send smaller people. Holly and I were dehydrated and in shock, but we were okay to go home. Brady had deep claw marks on his arms and back. He had to go to the ER and was in psychiatric care for several weeks. Holly didn't experience anything weird, but Brady said something attacked him. The doctor said that he must have stumbled into a bobcat's den, but Brady swears it wasn't a cat. He said it latched onto his back at one point, and he reached back to feel something cold and scaly. We didn't try to tell anyone. They would have just said that we were scared kids that freaked out. You'll probably think that too. But we didn't even believe in that kind of stuff. We were terrified of starving to death in the dark. Absolutely. But none of us even considered that there was something else down there too. That shit hit out of nowhere. So yeah, believe it or don't, but fuck sewers. I used to travel for work back in the 90s. I took pictures for a lot of those coffee table books you flip through once and never open again. One of those books happened to be about caves, so I had to go inside a bunch of caves. I told the publisher up front that I wouldn't be crawling, rappelling, or diving through anything. I didn't get paid enough for that. I'm not exactly claustrophobic, but I'm certainly not a fan of cramped spaces either. My biggest fear was falling down, breaking a leg, and what it would take to be rescued. I'd have to wait until I missed my check-in time before rescue crews even came looking. The first 5 or 6 caves were easy. Most of them had marked passages, very touristy, so I never had to worry about getting lost. I really only had problems with the one in Utah, or maybe it was the one in Wisconsin. I swear when you're constantly hopping around like that, one place blends into another, and they're all kind of the same. It's like when you think you'll remember the people from high school forever, but then you turn 40 and realize you forgot most of their names. Either way, I was supposed to go to a well-known cave system that groups of people explored every weekend. It was another popular spot like all the others, but I was going on a weekday, so I didn't expect to see anyone else around. As usual, I let everyone know where to send search and rescue if I failed to check in, and I entered the cave. Right away, it was different. The other caves were littered with support beams and rails installed over the years, but this one had little to no alterations. I suspected I might have found the wrong entrance, but it was a big open area, so I kept going. You never know what hidden spot was going to be a lucky break, especially back then, before millions of photos were a Google search away. I walked for maybe 15 or 20 minutes before the path split into different tunnels. Thankfully, I had a whole roll of fluorescent green marking ribbon. After another 10 minutes or so, my tunnel began to narrow, and it came to what I thought was a dead end, but then I heard a man calling out for help. He was desperate. You could tell how frightened he was. When I looked closer, I saw the path didn't end so much as drop straight down. The hole was rocky and still getting tighter, but I could see where the man had installed climbing anchors and rope lines. I let him know I was there, and he cried with relief. He said his name was Greg, and he'd been trapped since Sunday. I remember realizing at the time that meant he'd been stuck for a couple days, so I guess this was a Tuesday. He tried to rappel down that narrow hole and his ropes tangled. Next thing he knew, he was bouncing off the walls all the way to the bottom, and now he couldn't move. There was nothing I could do except for get help. He wanted me to try to pull him up myself, but there was just no way. Even if I was strong enough, who knew what condition he was in or what extra damage moving him would do? I wanted to make damn sure that I didn't forget where he was, so I tied one end of my green ribbon to his first anchor, and I let it unwind behind me. Maybe I was being paranoid, but if there was ever a time for overkill, this seemed like the moment. It only lasted as far as where the paths started to split off, but that was my main concern anyway. After that, it was almost a straight shot out of the caves. Altogether, with the trek through the woods and back to my car, it took almost an hour just to get on the road. I called the police from the nearest gas station, and rescue crews met me there so I could lead them back to Greg. When we got back to the parking area, I started back toward the cave, and one of the guys stopped me, saying that I was going the wrong way. I assured him that this was the same path I had followed before, and they confirmed I must have gone to the wrong cave. The one I was leading them to was supposed to be off limits due to numerous fatal accidents. I led them all the way back to the hole Greg descended. My ribbon was still there, tied to his anchors, but Greg didn't answer when we called out to him. I was made to wait outside and feared the worst. Eventually, more crews came with bigger equipment, and they worked late into the night. Finally, I saw them carry out a body bag. Greg hadn't made it. I felt like I lost a friend. A man that I'd just been speaking to was gone. The rescue worker I met approached me, and I figured he was just going to give me the bad news, but he started questioning me instead. He asked me things that I had already answered several times: how long I had known Greg, when was the last time I spoke with him, what exactly was I doing there, how had I found that specific entrance, what was my publisher's name, how could they contact him. Finally, a couple of police officers joined us and asked me to answer some follow-up questions at the station. They took my ID and drove me down there in the back of their squad car. I started wondering if Greg fell because someone had sabotaged his equipment. Hell, I started wondering all sorts of crazy scenarios. It would be my luck to get lost, find a dying man, and then get blamed for his murder. Exactly my luck. It was a long night of answering the same questions over and over, but eventually I got a few answers of my own. They hadn't recovered the body of a man who died that day. They recovered the body of a man who had been in that hole for several months. His wife had reported him missing, and it was assumed that he became trapped in the caves, but they were never able to find him. And if I had only stumbled upon him that day, how the hell did I know his name? The only answer I can come up with is that Greg's spirit reached out to me for help, to give his family closure so he could rest. Either that or another man was in that hole, and he took off when I went to get help. Honestly, I'm not sure which would be more creepy. The city loft was a mistake, but I couldn't afford a different mistake. The high ceilings, the terrible plumbing, the aggressive rent. It was all meant to be temporary, a stepping stone while I finished art school. But once I moved my easel in and started sleeping on the old futon, I realized the building had another tenant, the glitch in my periphery. It wasn't a ghost in the classic sense. It didn't float or moan or rattle chains. It was a shadow, and not the kind cast by streetlights or furniture. This shadow was denser, blacker than the absence of light, and it was always at the edge of my vision. For weeks, I thought that I was sleep-deprived. I'd be working on a landscape or a portrait, totally immersed, and I'd catch a flick of movement near the fire escape window. I'd whirl around, paintbrush in hand, and find nothing but the dust motes dancing in the afternoon sun. But the second I turned back to my canvas, the feeling would return. Something was watching me. I started using the term the witness. It was a perfect descriptor for its passive, relentless presence. Its sole purpose seemed to be observation, silent and eternal. I tried every trick in the book to catch it. I installed cheap motion sensors. I hung mirrors at weird angles. I trained my eyes to snap over quickly, but it was always faster, dissolving back into the neutral tones of the old brick wall or the corner where the pipes met the ceiling. The witness didn't frighten me with jump scares. It terrorized me with exhaustion. Its presence was constant, low-grade fever anxiety that made sleep impossible. How could I close my eyes knowing that it was there, silent and still, just outside the perimeter of my gaze? I took issue when I realized it was stifling my work. My focus, which was my greatest artistic tool, was shattered. Every painting began to feature a void, a smudge, a patch of canvas that I couldn't bring myself to fill, always located at the lower left or upper right, the places where I most often saw the shadow. I was unintentionally painting the negative space it inhabited. One night, after 4 straight days with only an hour of sleep, I got up to splash water on my face. I stood in front of the bathroom mirror, a large unframed rectangle that I'd leaned against the wall. I saw my reflection, pale, haunting, dark circles under my eyes, and then I caught it in the corner of the mirror, behind me, in the space between the shower curtain and the wall. It wasn't a smudge of black. It was the outline of a person. It was tall and unnaturally thin, a silhouette cut from felt. But what set the cold dread through me was its posture. The shadow had its head slightly tilted, the way you tilt your head when you're contemplating a painting. And then I realized it was perfectly mirroring my own reflection's posture. It was contemplating me. I spun around and I saw nothing in the same space, just the white ceramic tub and the beige wall. I looked back at the mirror. My own reflection had moved, but I saw the impression of the shadow was still there. It was like I was looking at a charcoal black doppelganger. That was the night that I stopped sleeping entirely. I became obsessed with catching it, with proving it was real. I set up my DSLR camera on a tripod, connected it to a laptop to record 24/7. I sat in the dark, watching the feed. Hours passed, and the camera showed nothing. Just the apartment, static, empty. I felt a weird surge of relief. It was just exhaustion. It was my mind playing tricks on me this whole time. I leaned forward to turn off the camera. As my fingers hovered over the keyboard, I glanced up at the laptop screen. For a fraction of a second, as I moved my hand into the light, the shadow of my own hand was cast on the wall. But the shadow person was on the screen, in the live feed. It was pressed up against the wall, blacker than the darkness all around it, still tilting its head. This time I could see its eyes, but they weren't eyes. They were just 2 tiny pinprick spheres of a vicious, incandescent light. They were looking right at the camera, through the camera, at me. But then, as if realizing that I'd seen it, it didn't dissolve. It lunged. The black form rushed the camera lens, filling the screen with blinding blackness before the camera faced up entirely, as if it had been touched. I could see that it was now recording the ceiling. The laptop screen went dark. That camera never turned on again. I stumbled back at that time, clutching my eyes. I packed up and I moved out within 12 hours. I left my deposit and half of my supplies behind. But I am better now. I have a new apartment, and I sleep with a nightlight. But I sleep. No more shadows. But I still can't seem to create. I've tried painting a simple bowl of fruit the other day, and when I finished, I stepped back to look at it. There, in the lower left corner of the canvas, where a highlight should have been, was a tiny black smudge. I genuinely had to ask myself if I put it there. If this was a haunting, I think it kind of sucks. I genuinely feel like whatever was in that place just sucked the creativity right out of me. And I think it's scary, if that's possible. I used to work at a psychiatric facility for teenagers. It was kind of a creepy place, temporal wiring, and a heavy silence that settled in deep into your chest. It was sad, but it was something else too. My first week, the power went out. A breaker had flipped, and maintenance said that it would be at least 3 hours before they could get there. I volunteered to check myself. The other staff members sort of went quiet, and when no one offered to go with me, that probably should have been my first clue. The basement, it was what you'd expect. Cold, damp. I was scanning the breaker box when I heard a man's voice behind me, clear as day. "What are you doing?" I jumped and turned around, expecting to see someone. Maybe maintenance came early and slipped in without me hearing. But there was no one there. The basement stairs were loud enough to hear even one step, and yet I was alone. I never found the flipped breaker. When I came back up and asked if anyone had come down, every staff member was accounted for. That was the first time that something happened, but it wasn't the last. Not long after, a strange smell started to show up. Gardenias. Overpowering and artificial, like perfume poured on too heavy. Every time I smelled it, I'd get dizzy and nauseous. Sometimes I had to step outside just to breathe. Some of the kids said that they smelled it too, and so did a few of the staff. There was never an explanation for it. And then there were the hands. One night on an overnight shift, I was stationed in the living room near the basement door. I glanced over and froze. There were hands, 3, maybe 4 pairs, clawing at the bottom of the door. Pale, frantic, stretching under the crack like they were trying to pull themselves through. I didn't even move. I remember just staring until they vanished right in front of me. I knew I wasn't crazy, but what the hell was that? Another night, I was sitting at the opposite end of where the makeshift living room was. I heard footsteps upstairs. Everyone was accounted for. I went to the bottom of the stairs and I saw 2 glowing red eyes hovering just above the top step. I stared right into them, and then I hissed without even thinking, "Leave him alone." I heard a growl, and I watched those eyes disappear. There was a boy, 17, sharp kid. He was just a week away from discharge and had a full college scholarship lined up. Not the type to make things up. It was one of the days where the kids from the children's hospital would come over. We were all playing hide and seek, staff included, to keep things light. I was the seeker. I spotted someone slipping into a closet. In the same room, a blanket on the bed looked like someone hiding underneath. I pulled it back. Nothing there. But then something black streaked past the corner of my vision, fast into the next room. The kid in the closet came out, pale. I heard someone say, "Got you," and then I felt a hand on my shoulder. He said, "That wasn't you, right?" The night shifts actually got worse. I once saw a shadow of a man, tall, solid, walking through a blind corner. I caught him in the mirror, and I saw him again in the reflection of the kitchen window. I waited as he passed through the side door and vanished. Sometimes after shifts, I'd get into my car and see a figure in the back seat. I'd speak aloud, "You're not welcome here. You cannot come with me." Usually it disappeared, but once something latched onto my back. It was cold and heavy and paralyzing. I literally couldn't drive. It took 15 minutes of prayer and sheer will to shake it off. The longer I worked there, the more I unraveled. My anxiety spiked. I was constantly paranoid. I developed severe insomnia and gained a dangerous amount of weight. By the time I left, I was barely functioning. And the strange thing, I didn't leave because of the hauntings. I probably should have, but I didn't. I left because one of the boys, a sweet, quiet kid who aged out of the program, took his own life. After everything, after all the support, the progress, it still wasn't enough. That broke me more than the shadows ever could. I moved on to an assisted living facility. The deaths there were expected, natural, peaceful. People who had lived full lives. Some things still follow me, but I learned how to leave the door closed. I saw what I can only describe as some kind of demon. I'd like to tell you what I lived through, but prefer to remain anonymous. I'll try to resume facts, but a lot of things happened. Though all bizarre, all very true. Some others witnessed these events, and they were afraid at the time too. I live in Belo Horizonte in Brazil. My grandmother bought a country house in the rural areas nearby, next to a very small town called São José de Lapa. It was a very big house, lots of land. My big family used to go there almost all weekends. The cousins used to play soccer or pool there, while the rest of the people spent their time talking and cooking. It was supposed to be a peaceful environment. But in 2005, I was graduating, but I had lost my job, so I decided to live there full-time, alone during the week. This way I wouldn't have to pay rent, and I could study in peace for my civil service exams. The house was situated next to the woods, and we had a little farm, which produced milk and lettuce. We had no neighbors living nearby. At first, I constantly heard some noises at night. Nothing too strange, I thought. Probably animals or the wind. But things started to get spooky, gradually. In the beginning of 2006, my cousin and I were alone in the country house playing pool at 2 a.m. Suddenly, we heard Ave Maria by Schubert playing out of nothing. We just froze. I thought he was playing a prank on me, and he thought I was playing a prank on him. Before we could do anything, the music stopped. The next day, we told our family about the incident. Not only did they claim they didn't play any music, they didn't even believe us. When the weekend was over, my relatives left, and I was alone again. Just a few days after this creepy episode, I heard out of nowhere a baby crying, very loud. It was like there was an infant screaming inside the house. I was honestly just so freaked out. I got a ridiculously old gun, and I ran to my bedroom where I locked the door. It was about 11 p.m. Obviously, I couldn't sleep. After a long night, it was finally the next morning. I called my relatives to tell them what had happened. All of them laughed at me, except my grandmother. She told me she sensed something strange at the country house, and since she's a spiritist, she decided to call a medium to see if there was something wrong with that house. The medium was a former priest who studied exorcisms but had to leave the Catholic Church because of his sightings. He went to our house, and when he arrived, he just started to feel bad. Then he asked for a minute alone and walked through the entire house. When he returned, he had tears in his eyes. He said that this terrain was in the past part of a much larger farm, and the place where the house was built is where the senzalas were. Well, senzala is the name in Portuguese of the place where African slaves were imprisoned during slavery age in Brazil. The priest added that he saw an African woman with a child, both very skinny, standing by the wall just where I used to sleep. After a ritual, this medium priest claimed that the house was free of erratic spirits, but that was not true. Less than 1 week after this, about 12 people, amongst friends and relatives, were talking in the yard, enjoying a barbecue in the evening. Suddenly, my aunt screamed that she saw some kind of dog smiling at her from the second-floor window. We rushed inside, all of us, to look for what she saw. While we were searching for this thing room to room, I went to my bedroom to get my old pistol with my brother. When we entered this room, I saw the worst thing I ever saw in my life. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't warm. It was something evil. There was black smoke near the ceiling, and the room was freezing cold. We both saw it. We both felt it. We couldn't do anything. We were frozen, but it was more like this thing was controlling us. We couldn't scream, run, or react. We just stood there, looking at this thing against our will, feeling desolation. I can't describe the feeling fully, but we were paralyzed by this. I could feel only tears rolling down my cheeks. After a few seconds, this black smoke vanished through the window, and suddenly we could do what we needed to do. We ran for help with the sensation that we saw evil itself. It wasn't a ghost or a bad spirit. It for sure wasn't a dog. It was a demonic and evil thing. The same night, all my relatives decided in fear to leave the house immediately. The next 2 months, we didn't go there, and my grandmother decided to sell the house. When we were handling the land plot papers, there was an appointment about the first owner. He was a farmer who had slaves during the 1880s. We managed to sell the house to a retired prosecutor, and my grandmother alerted him about the events, although she mentioned ghosts, not demons. The guy laughed at this, but strangely, sadly, he took his own life 1 year after buying the house. We lived in an old home. I wanted to change my room, so I gutted it. It was a large 14 by 16 with a small alcove to the side. Prior to insulation was corn cob husks, old newspapers, and plaster. I had to sleep in the alcove to the side. One night I was woken up between 2 and 4 a.m. There was someone in my room, sitting at the edge of the window fan, looking around the room. I assumed at the time that it was my mother. I assumed she couldn't sleep and was planning the next steps. My mother smoked, and the figure I saw was holding her hand out like there was an ashtray. The figure was in a gown, and since my mother wore flannel gowns to bed, I was led to the assumption that, it was my mom. I rolled over and fell back asleep. When I woke, I asked my mom whether she had any new ideas after she was in my room. She told me she wasn't. It left me quite unsettled, although the months after bothered me even more. My compulsion to gut the house continued. When my room was somewhat livable with drywall, I moved forward to my brother's 2 bedrooms. They ended up moving in with me in the interim. One night, again between 2 and 4 a.m., I woke. Between my 2 sleeping brothers, on a clothes basket, sat a wiry, friendly woman. She was smiling. She waved at me. My heart started pumping. I tried to call out to wake my brothers. Both slept right through it. She chuckled at me, and then, poof, she was gone. The next month, another night, I woke and found her right next to me. She was sitting on my brother's mattress, and she was looking down at my face. I asked her to go away. She burst out laughing. Her Her head went spinning in one direction, her body in another. A pattern to her visits started to appear, usually between the 21st and 22nd of the month, usually between 2 and 4 a.m., on rare occasions a little earlier or later. If I awoke, I wouldn't open my eyes. She became irritated, started setting off toys or radios in my room. I took out the batteries, unplugged equipment. Nothing helped. Devices would still go off. I started staying away those nights, not coming home. Finally, my parents moved me to the main level of the house. For me, the visits ended. My parents eventually sold the house to a contractor who tore it down. The contractor put up a new monster of a home, but it still sits on the same property. I still wonder whether she's there, but she seemed limited in spatial movement, so I don't think the new occupants know about her. I took a job in college working the overnight shift at the university library. It was the best gig. Dead silent, endless free time to study. And the only other person was the guard upstairs. My station was in the basement archive, down 2 flights of concrete stairs. It was mostly just old maps, uncatalogued documents, and a truly ancient, multi-story section filled with nothing but shelved books and a long, dark wall of obsolete card catalogs. It smelled like dust and forgotten history. The first few weeks were great, but then the silence started to feel less peaceful and more heavy. It's kind of a specific coldness, too, the kind that makes the hairs stand up even if the room temperature hasn't changed. It started with the card catalogs. These things were huge, waist-high cabinets, row after row, filled with little wooden drawers. Sometimes when I was sitting at my desk, I'd hear a little thwump noise. I'd look up to see that one of the drawers, usually from the highest row, had slid out maybe 3 inches. I'd sigh, walk over, shove it back into place. It was always heavy and resistant, like someone was holding the handle from the inside. This started happening constantly. I'd close a drawer, walk 5 steps back to my desk, and hear that little thwump again. When it got really active, the drawers wouldn't just slide out. They would rattle as they came out, shaking the tiny brass handles. It sounded like an elderly librarian was frantically searching for a single critical note. The weirdest part was their inability to stay closed. I started making a game of it, trying to push them in perfectly flush. They would always immediately slide back out 3 inches. It was a firm, definitive no every single time. It was a restless, silent middle finger from the past. One night, the noise went from passive-aggressive to violent. I was in the back stacks, organizing a card of returned history texts. I was deep in the aisle, surrounded by shelves towering 20 feet high. All of the lights were off in the main room except for a single desk lamp at my station. Suddenly, from the catalog section 50 feet away, I heard a sound that was too big to be just wood and paper. It was a crack, thump, swoosh. It was the sound of a heavy, solid wooden cabinet being thrown off balance. I didn't breathe. My heart felt like it was hammering against my spine, so I froze. Then, from the same section, came a series of rapid, coordinated noises. Clack, 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 clack. About 8 drawers in a row, all sliding out at once, followed by the sound of what had to be thousands of index cards spilling onto the concrete floor. It sounded like pouring rain indoors. I did not investigate. I dropped my clipboard, and I sprinted out of the aisle, grabbed my backpack from under the desk, and I ran straight up those 2 flights of concrete stairs, past the bewildered night guard, and right out the front door. I called in sick the next morning and officially resigned via email a few hours later. They never called me back to ask why, and they never questioned me about the catalogs. I still wonder what that thing was searching for in there, and if the new night student has figured out yet that the drawers are never, ever going to stay closed. Having a family member in a branch of the armed services takes a mental toll on everyone involved. My brother Clay and I couldn't have been more different growing up, and that stayed the same way through our adulthood. Clay served in the military while I listened to Rage Against the Machine and skateboarded. He became a police officer in a neighboring city, and I was arrested multiple times for drug possession, theft, and burglary in the city he served. He never had the honor of taking his little brother down, but he would visit me whenever he found out I got locked up again. Clay had always been a serious kid, never joked around, always working his ass off at something. Tough kid too, and that transferred into adulthood. There's still banners at the old gym with Clay's name on it from all of the boxing records and awards he'd won. During our visits, both from behind bars and back home, Clay would come over to our mom's house where I was staying. He'd casually talk about seeing car accidents, homicides, and any other death bringers that you could think of, all while sipping on a cup of coffee. Really troubling things, but he'd talk about them like he was discussing the weather. He told me once that his first interaction with people was usually on one of the worst days of their lives, be it a victim or suspect. The police are never involved because of happy scenarios. Sure, he'd try to play ball with the kids after school when he had the chance. Clay actually smiled when he told those small stories. But as the years passed, Clay's personality became more stoic. Slowly, he stopped sharing pieces of his day because he didn't want to burn us out, even though Mom and I never expressed discomfort about the things he told us. I think retelling the horrors of his day made him relive those moments and re-feel those gut-wrenching emotions. He didn't want to be the rain cloud when he entered the house. When I got my own place, Clay stopped by, rarely. Once it was to drop off a generator. The only other memorable time was when he came to decompress after an especially hard and strange night. The night he came over, it was completely unexpected. I think I was just sitting in my underwear, half asleep on the couch, when Clay started banging on the door. Scared the hell out of me, but along with the pounding, I heard his voice calling my name, telling me to open the door. Once I knew who it was, I jumped to my feet and ran to open it. When I did, Clay walked in, looking like he'd seen a ghost, pale as he could possibly be. I've never seen him like that before. He was visibly shaken. Clay walked over and plopped down on my couch. I asked him what was going on. At first, he just kept repeating that he needed someone to talk to, that he needed to see his brother. Talk about what? I asked. Then, Clay started crying, like I'd never seen him cry before. He said he'd seen something that really messed with his mind. He didn't think that anyone else would believe him, except me. He told me that earlier in the evening he'd responded to a domestic violence call. Before he even approached the scene, he was driving through all these twists and turns in a hilly neighborhood. It's while heading to the house that he saw a woman standing with her kid at the crosswalk, both of them looking straight down. The kid was in Spider-Man pajamas, no shoes. The mom was also in sleeping attire, thin shirt, shorts, no shoes. They definitely didn't look like they should be out there at that time of night. Clay, thinking this was weird, decided to stop. He rolled down his window and asked if they needed help. Neither of them responded. So he asked again, this time louder. That's when the woman lifted her head. Clay saw her face, just a blank expression. It was like her eyes weren't there. They weren't alive. Looking directly at Clay, she didn't say a word. She lifted her right arm and pointed down the road. Clay thought she was gesturing for him to go away, Since he was on his way to a call, he rolled up his window and continued to the call, which happened to be in the same direction the woman was pointing. Less than a mile further, Clay arrived at the house and was the first officer on the scene. The cul-de-sac was quiet, with adjacent houses all dark. The house he approached was indistinguishable from the others. But unlike the homes and families that cohabitated in this community, the house Clay was approaching was hiding a dark secret. He found it after pushing open the unlocked front door. There, in front of Clay, lay a family of 3. 2 of the members were in multiple crudely hacked pieces, and one was closer to the back door, hanging from the foundation banister in the kitchen, all deceased. On what remained of the smaller victim, a Spider-Man logo could be identified through the blood-soaked fabric. I've only had one paranormal experience in my life. I was about 11. It was the middle of the night, and I remember waking up for no real reason. I was prone to waking up, but it was often nightmares, a storm, having to pee. But I just opened my eyes fully alert and immediately felt that something was wrong. You know how people say they can feel when someone's watching them? That's what it was like. Not just a passing thought, either. I could feel it in my body, like static on my skin. Every hair on my arm and neck stood up. My chest was tight. I didn't hear anything, but I could tell someone was at the door to my room, just standing there. I was on my side, facing the door. My room wasn't big, maybe 10 steps from the bed to the door, but in that moment it felt impossibly far. The hallway light was off, but the way the moon hit the window beside me, it cast a faint glow across the floor, just enough to make out shapes in the dark. Gazing toward the doorway, I saw a woman just standing there. It wasn't my mom. I knew that instantly. My mom stood differently. She's got this soft shuffle when she walked with slippers, always murmurs something as she comes in. But the woman in the doorway, she wasn't really moving at all, or breathing. The stature was wrong. Why was she just standing there? I couldn't make out a face, but I could see that it was a woman. A long nightgown or robe, maybe, and hair that went past her shoulders. She looked like she was staring right at me, even though I couldn't really see her eyes. Like she knew I was awake, knew I was looking at her. I didn't scream or say anything. I just laid there. After maybe 10 seconds, though it felt like hours, I pulled the covers over my head. I held them tight, hoping whatever it was would just go away. And that's how I stayed until the sun came up. When I did actually have the courage to lower the blanket, the doorway was empty. Nothing and no one there. I got up and went to the hallway and checked my parents' room, the bathroom, even the locks on the doors. Everything was normal. No one else seemed to have been up during the night. I didn't tell anyone that morning. I think part of me didn't want to say it out loud. Like acknowledging it would make it more real. I could brush it off now. But it was real. I know what I saw, and I know how it made me feel. A few weeks later, I mentioned it offhandedly to my mom. I just said something like, "Hey, did someone used to live here before us?" She told me, yeah. A woman owned the house before we bought it. She'd lived there alone for a long time. Passed away not long before we moved in. Died in her sleep, in the master bedroom of natural causes. Hearing that made my stomach drop. I didn't tell her the whole story. Just nodded and let it go. But inside it all clicked. I think she was checking on me. Maybe not malicious, just curious. Or maybe I happened to wake up at the exact moment that she was just passing through. If that's how it works, who knows? I never saw her again. It was just that one time. And I never felt anything weird in that house before or after. There were never any cold spots or flickering lights, nothing moving on its own. It was just that one night. But man, it stuck with me. There's something different about an experience like that when you're a kid. You question yourself more, wonder if it was just a dream or a shadow, your imagination. But there's also a big part of you that knows it's none of those things. I was awake, wide awake. I remember every detail. The silence, the pressure in my chest, the shape of her standing there. It gives me chills even now, just thinking about it. I think deep down, once something like that happens to you, even just once, you never completely forget the feeling of being watched by someone who's not supposed to be there. You don't forget the fear that comes from seeing something you can't explain. You just learn to live with it. Night shifts on high-rise jobs are different. The city's quiet below, just the hum of generators and the wind whistling through unfinished floors. It's usually peaceful. Just you and the iron, welding steel into the sky. This was a new tower, maybe 45 stories going up in the financial district. Still mostly skeleton. I was up on the 40th, maybe 41st floor with my buddy Mike. We were doing a late tie-in, stitching up a couple of big beams before the concrete crew came in the next day. It was foggy, thick as soup, which made the city lights below look like smudges of yellow paint on wet glass. Everything felt kind of ghostly. Mike was on the far side of the beam, torching. I was finishing up a tricky overhead weld, sparks showering down into the abyss. The wind was whipping around, carrying the smell of ozone and wet concrete. And that's when I heard it. A sound that didn't belong. It was wet, slithering, a dragging noise, like something heavy and soft being pulled across raw steel. And it was coming from above us, the 42nd floor, which was just bare with crossbeams. Nothing but air and iron up there. I pulled my helmet up, squinting through the fog. Mike was still focused on his weld. The bright arc of his torch blinding him to everything else. I strained my eyes, trying to pierce the gloom. I saw something, moving along the edge of the horizontal I-beam, maybe 50 feet above us. This wasn't human, not by a long shot. It was too long and thin, moving in this awful, fluid way. Like a spider, but built on a man-sized frame. The way its limbs articulated, the way that it clung to the sheer side of the steel. It was all bad. Silhouetted against the diffused city glow, it looked like a stretched-out shadow, barely visible in the fog. But then, as it shifted, I caught a glint. Something pale and sharp, almost like teeth, though I couldn't tell where its head was supposed to be. It paused. I swear, it just paused, and it felt like it was looking right at me. I was frozen, the welding gun heavy in my hand. My guts were screaming, but my brain was just short-circuiting. What the hell was that thing? Instinct finally took over. I slammed my welding mask back down, plunged my vision into the green-tinted darkness, pretending to still be working. Pretending to be working, running a bead across nothing. I kept my breath even. I tried to make my hands look busy, but every nerve in my body was screaming. I heard it again, closer this time. A faint clicking sound, like long, hard fingernails tapping on metal. It was directly above my head, just for a second. And then silence. An even worse silence than before. I swear I didn't breathe for a full minute. My whole body was rigid. I could feel sweat trickling down my back despite the cold. Then Mike's voice crackled over the comms, startling the hell out of me. "Yo, Frankie, you done with that? Foreman wants us down for break." The sound of his voice was normal and mundane. It snapped me out of it, though. I nearly dropped my gun. I fumbled to kill my torch. Then I started scrambling for the nearest safety line, moving faster than I ever had on the beam. My heart was pounding like a jackhammer. I didn't look up again, and I didn't look back. I just focused on getting to safety. My hands were shaking so bad, I almost missed the latch for the safety cage. Down on the ground, back in the brightly lit shanty, I just mumbled something about being tired. Mike joked about me getting old. I didn't say a word. The next morning, before anyone else got up there, I made an excuse to go back to that floor. Just me. I found the beam where I'd seen it. No footprints, obviously. Nothing that explained it. But there was this residue. A faint, almost invisible greasy film on the top of the flaying of the steel where I'd seen it pause. It smelled metallic there, like burnt copper wire, mixed with something else I couldn't quite place, like old stagnant water, but sharper. I wiped it off with my gloves and threw the glove in the dumpster. I don't know what it was. I just know that it moves on steel where men are supposed to move. And it moves like men don't. It doesn't belong. I transferred to another site a week later, 30 years on iron, and I've never seen anything like it. I don't want to again, either. I grew up in rural Appalachia, so I grew up hearing all kinds of superstitions and legends about ghosts and other creepy things. Of course, as an adult, I realized that they were mostly made up by people trying to scare their kids from wandering off into the woods and passed down over the generations. I was told to never respond if something called my name in the woods, and if we heard whistling outside at night, it meant the devil was close. Of course, there's real truth and valuable advice in some of those stories. If a stranger is calling to you from the woods or whistling outside your house at night, you probably should be afraid, especially as a child. I never experienced either there in the mountains. The scariest thing that ever happened to me wasn't supernatural and happened in New Mexico. My mom died when I was very little, and when I was about 20, my dad passed away, leaving me without immediate family except my brother. Dad didn't have much, but he left his house to my brother, and just enough money for me that I was able to buy 2 acres and a nice used camper. My boyfriend, now my husband, wanted to move back home and be close to his mom, and we planned to eventually build a house. It seemed like such a cool adventure to me at the time. It was literally in the desert. A dirt lot off a dirt road with no electricity or water access, and surrounded by other identical empty plots. Until very recently, you could still find land like that for a little bit of nothing because it's inconvenient and expensive to truly live comfortably out there. We had to haul water from my in-laws' house, use a generator for electricity. My husband worked nights as a security guard, so I was alone in that camper almost every night. Honestly, it was boring, and it felt safe enough to me then because I had a big bear of a Rottweiler named Zeus, who would have defended either of us to the death. Obviously, though, as I'd find out, it wasn't really that safe, dog or not. It was a normal night like any other. I'd been outside watching the sky while I smoked a bowl and came back in to get ready for bed. I had just undressed and climbed into bed when I heard whistling and felt the camper sort of shift, like a hard gust of wind hit it. It wasn't that unusual, because sometimes the wind blew really hard out there, so I would have ignored it if Zeus hadn't started growling like the devil himself was outside. He was crouched down toward the doorway, ready to attack. I was terrified, and it suddenly seemed so foolish to have assumed I was safe out there alone, with a tin aluminum door between me and whatever was out there in the dark. I couldn't help but think about the story my granddad told me all those years ago, about hearing whistling at night, and while I'm not very religious in general, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't pretty unnerved in that moment. The sound of it was so unnaturally high-pitched that it almost sounded like the wind, but not quite, because it had that sort of sad melody to it. Besides that, my dog had never growled at the wind before. I remember thinking how crazy it was that I could hear it over the generator, and I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It sounded like it was everywhere. I tried to work up the courage to peek outside, but I was frozen to the bed. Zeus was going crazy now, growling and snarling and pacing. He rarely barked, but when he did, it was intimidating as hell. And once he started barking at the wall like he was possessed, everything sort of stopped. It was like the tension in the air just slowly dissipated. Zeus was just as freaked out as me and couldn't settle down until I finally let him outside, about an hour later. He sniffed the back of the camper where the bedroom was for a good minute before reluctantly turning away and coming back inside, but I was too chicken shit to go outside myself. Cell service was spotty. This was a long time ago, where everyone still had flip phones, and I was without a way to leave or call for help. When I told my husband the next morning, he was convinced it was traffickers or worse trying to break in on me, and that Zeus had scared them off. It was somewhat plausible to me, but I didn't feel that that was the explanation. No one had actually tried to break in. That would be some strange kidnappers to just stand outside whistling. Then he told me that he'd heard rumors of a small cult who lived nearby out there, and maybe it was one of them trying to scare us away. That was more terrifying to me in a way, since I figured if that was the case, they might come back. But in the daylight with my husband there, it also all seemed a bit silly. I remembered how Zeus was sniffing the back of the camper, and we decided to go look around. The dirt out there is soft and sandy. It looked like it had been trampled around by multiple people with different-sized bare feet. The dirt that was right under the small window over my bed. The weirdest part is how there were no tracks leading off in any other direction, away from the camper. Just the ones outside the window. And one set halfway around the backside wall, right around where Zeus had started barking. Suddenly, that crazy cult rumor didn't seem very far-fetched or silly to me. And that's how I ended up living with my mother-in-law for over a year, because living in fear of being harassed or worse. We still own the lot where that happened, but we bought a place in town. The desert is beautiful, and I love hiking in it with other people. But at the same time, I've noticed something about the desert also really seems to attract crazy folks. When I was 12, I spent 2 months in a foster home while my mom went through rehab. Ed and Patty were a nice older couple, nothing like some of the horror stories that you would hear. I was the only child in their home at the time, and they treated me like family. The only problem was that the property was haunted. Patty warned me on the first night, but I chalked it up to her being old and kooky. However, by the end of the second week, I had become a believer. It started with wet footprints at the foot of my bed. There was a large pond on the property, but I hadn't been anywhere near it to track in water. I asked Patty about it, and she said that the spirit, this thing was a little more than a spirit, though, was just checking me out. That if I ignored it, it would ignore me. Sure enough, it stopped after 3 days. I didn't know what to make of it, but if they were gone, that was good enough for me. Ed was an avid fisherman, and he'd let me join him when I got home from school. I asked if I could swim in the pond, but he said no, because another kid almost drowned a few years before. The boy's older sister jumped in to save him, and he said something had pulled him under.
Ed and Patty blamed the spirits and forbade anyone else from swimming. I wasn't even allowed to go near the water unless one of them was with me. That weekend, we spent most of Saturday fishing, but we were throwing back our catches. I walked up to the water's edge to release a small bass, and I saw a misshapen face staring up at me. It was twisted and mangled, like someone smashed the skull and moved all the pieces around. I screamed like a little girl. I thought there was an actual body in the pond, but when I looked back, it was gone. According to Ed, I wasn't the first one to see it. He called it Billy, after the zombie guy in Hocus Pocus, but Patty didn't like giving it a name. A few days later, we watched a movie before bed, and the temperature dropped like we'd walked into a freezer. Patty handed me a blanket and said it would pass soon. 5 minutes later, the temperature was back to normal. A few more uneventful days passed, and then all of the hallway doors randomly opened and closed, simultaneously, all while I was getting ready for bed. Patty came to check on me and reminded me to keep ignoring it. I asked what would happen if we didn't ignore it, and she said, "The more energy we give it, the more mischief it can make." I think she used the word mischief so that she wouldn't scare me, but I kinda wish she would have scared me, because now I was just intrigued. I'd gotten comfortable there, and it made me feel braver than I was. That night, I tried talking to the spirit, or whatever it was. Nothing answered, but there were more wet footprints on my floor the next morning. This time, they were right in front of the nightstand, like it stood over me while I slept. I didn't tell anyone about it. Instead, I kept talking to it. And that night, I woke up to a hand trailing down the side of my face. I was lying on my side, and I opened my eyes to see a pair of wet, gray feet and emaciated legs standing at my bedside. My entire body was frozen, but I didn't want to move anyway. The last thing I wanted was to see what the rest of it looked like, so I clamped my eyes shut again. Its hand left a cold, wet streak down my face, but it didn't physically hurt me. After what seemed like a long time, I heard its footsteps leave, and I got up to shut my bedroom door. I slipped on the puddle of water it left behind, but at least it was gone. That was the last time I tried to engage with it. I told Patty everything the next morning, and she let me sleep on the floor in their bedroom for a few nights. There were still the occasional, small occurrences, but nothing ever touched me again. Thank God. I don't think I could have handled it a second time. This happened a few years ago when I was at one of the lowest points in my life. I don't normally share stuff like this, but it's been on my mind lately. I'd just gone through a breakup and my job was hanging by a thread. I remember that night I didn't even want to go home because the apartment felt heavy, like every wall was reminding me how alone I was. So I wandered around downtown after work. It was cold. I ducked into this little park that's usually empty at night, except for the occasional dog walker. I sat on a bench and just cried. Not out loud or anything, but the kind of crying where your chest just hurts because you're holding it in. After a while, I realized that someone had sat down on the bench next to me. I didn't even hear them walk up. It was this older woman, maybe mid-60s, bundled up in a coat with a scarf. She had this kind face, not grandma exactly, but close. She asked, "Rough night?" I nodded. I couldn't even talk at first. She didn't push, just sat there. Then she said, "It's not always going to feel like this. People come and go, but you stay with you." I remember blurting out something like, "I don't even know where I'm supposed to go next." And she laughed softly and said, "Then start with somewhere warm, somewhere safe. Everything else comes after."
We talked for maybe 10 minutes. Nothing too deep, just small things about holding on, about not letting a bad night decide your whole story. Her voice was steady, not pitying. By the time she stood up to leave, I felt lighter, like I could actually breathe. When I finally went home, I slept better than I had in weeks. The next day, I even showed up to work on time, which hadn't happened in a while. But the real part of the story comes a couple of weeks later. I was back at the park in the daytime. I mentioned the woman to the guy that runs a little hot dog cart near the benches. I described her: older, short, curly gray hair, big red scarf, gentle voice. He gave me this weird look. Then he said, "Fun glasses?" And I nodded. "You must mean Margaret. She used to live around here. Always sat on that bench. Talked to anyone who looked like they needed it. Real sweet lady." I said, "Yeah, her. That sounds right." He shook his head and said, "Yeah, but she passed away 2 years ago." I laughed at first because I thought that he was messing with me. But he was serious. Even told me about the little memorial people had left near the bench for her. I walked over, and sure enough, there was a small plaque on the side of the bench. I had never noticed it before. Her name was on it. I remember looking up her obituary, trying to find anything I could on her, and I found a picture. It was her. So yeah, I don't know what to make of that night. All I know is I talked to someone. I felt her warmth and I heard her voice, and it gave me exactly what I needed to get through that night. If it was my brain playing tricks, fine. If it was something else, even better. I just know that I left that park with a little more hope than I went in with. And sometimes when I pass that bench now, I say thank you under my breath. So I, 31-year-old female, have recently started going back to the gym. I love going, but I have a problem exercising in front of other people. The reason that I've been able to return is because my best friend is the new assistant manager. She caught her boss's brother working out after closing and learned it wasn't uncommon for management to enjoy this perk. Basically, all I had to do was call ahead of time to make sure no one else was using it that night. So far, this hadn't been a problem, and I'm starting to understand why. That place is haunted. I didn't notice anything unusual the first 2 times I went, but the 3rd time got a little weird. When I was on the treadmill, the one next to me kept turning on. I cut it off the first time it happened. The 2nd time, it ran for maybe a minute and then turned itself off. Later, I was finishing my workout with the leg press machine, which was next to the treadmills. In the middle of my set, the treadmill closest to me, not the same one, turned on. And it also turned itself off roughly a minute later. The next day, I asked my friend about it. She said a few other people had mentioned it, but none of the staff has seen it happen. All the machines have been working fine. I went back to the gym that weekend, but forgot my phone in the car. I didn't realize it was missing until I was already inside, and I'd planned for a short workout, so I decided to skip the music. While I was on the squat machine, a set of footprints seemed to appear in the middle of the floor and across the room behind me. I jumped off the machine to see who it was, but nobody was there. And there's no exit on that side of the room. Even so, I knew what I heard. I went back to my car and woke my friend up to confirm no one else should be there. When I told her about the footsteps, she pulled up the surveillance on her phone and sent me a screen recording of just myself jumping at nothing. No one was there. No footsteps were heard on the audio, but they had been so clear to me. About a week later, I finally convinced myself I'd been hearing things and went back to the gym. This time, I had the music to cover my unexplained noises, but the treadmills still had a mind of their own. The machine next to me turned on and turned off several times on its own. When I walked past the exercise balls, one rolled into my path. There was no air on, and it didn't just randomly move in front of me on its own. That's a little too much coincidence for me, as if everything else was totally reasonable. Still, a private gym experience doesn't come cheap or easy, so that wasn't enough to make me quit. The last time I went, however, has me reconsidering my social awkwardness. The treadmills did their thing. I thought I heard footsteps at one point, but I really can't be sure. My music was on, and I went in there pretty paranoid. But then I got on the leg press machine, and just a few reps in, something blew into my ear. Like if a friend came up behind you and blew a quick breath into your ear to screw with you. My hair moved. It was unmistakable. I absolutely did not imagine that. I don't know the technical name for the machine with the handlebars that you pull down, but I got off the leg press and just wanted to do a quick set on that thing before leaving. About halfway through, a hand grabbed my shoulder. It was fast, but definitely real. I screamed, like really screamed. Once again, I called my friend. She was thankfully way more patient than I would have been if someone continued to wake me up for no reason. And again, she sent me security footage of myself, freaking the hell out at nothing. No one was there to grab me or blow in my ear, but it sure showed my reaction, and it showed my hair moving. I don't really know what to do. This place is clearly haunted, and each visit seems to get a little worse. Is there any way that a ghost can actually hurt me? Or am I technically safe to keep going? This happened when my entire family was downstairs watching TV, except for my sister, who's non-ambulatory due to a developmental disability. My sister was asleep in her room, directly above the room that we were all in. First, we heard a loud bang, as if she fell out of bed. We all looked at each other, and then muted the TV. That's when we all heard a voice, so similar to hers I'd sworn it was her. It called out, "Help, Mom, help." And we all ran upstairs. We opened her bedroom door to see that she was asleep, safely in her bed. Nothing on the floor, even though we had heard something fall directly above us. No idea who was calling for us that night. That's only one of many weird stories over the years. There was constant activity in that house. As a paramedic attached to a fire hall, I've seen a lot of things that no human being should see. Some of the worst were when the ice comes off the river and you go fishing for bodies on the banks. This call was to a multi-vehicle accident. When we got to the scene, it was 2 dump trucks that had rear-ended each other. Simple enough case for me. There was some pretty significant damage done to the truck that had been in the rear. The driver had smacked his head against the windshield, so we went into brain injury and concussion protocols. As I'm holding his C collar, waiting for the backboard, I hear someone saying, "Help, help." I looked at the driver, who was semi-conscious, and asked him who else was in the truck with him. "No one," was the answer, but he asked about the other car. I assumed he meant the driver of the truck, and I explained that he would be okay. Then, in very broken English, he spoke Farsi, I learned after. He asked again about the car that he had hit, a small blue car, right in front of him, between the trucks. Alarms went off in my head, and I leaned out the window, screaming that we had another victim. Everyone ran up to me asking if the victim was in the truck. I repeated what the driver told me and heard a lot of "no way" and "you must have heard it wrong." Our battalion chief walked over and he spotted the slightest bit of blue that didn't match the blue on the truck. It was then that we realized this guy was telling the truth. We needed the jaws, a tow truck, and some saws. As I powered through the fiberglass hood of the truck and I reached the engine compartment, we could see the back end of this car underneath the trucks, and then wedged under the front truck above the axle. Then all of us heard the soft, "Help, help," and we went into action. Parts of the truck were flying in every direction, still not fast enough. We pulled the front truck, hoping it would pull the car with it and we could get at it. All it did was pull the car apart. We had stopped hearing the cries for help, so we moved faster. After the car was pulled into two, I saw an access point through the windshield of the car, which was smashed all to shit, and the roofline collapsed. I needed the grill cut off the truck, and I heard a rush of men and the sound of tools, and the rest of us screaming over it, saying, "Hang on, we'll be right in there." Once the grill was removed, I snaked my way down through the windshield on the passenger side. In my mind, I was thinking that no one could have survived this, but the sounds of help I had heard earlier drove me forward. Nothing in the front seat except the driver's leg, which was still smashing the brake. I saw nothing in the passenger side, so I began to cut into the seat around the springs. All I needed was enough to put my head through, just so I could reassure whoever was in the back seat and hurting that we knew that they were there and we were coming. As I popped through the seat, I wasn't expecting what I saw. Quivering in the small space between the roof and the car and the back seat was a small little black lab puppy. It ran over to me, began licking my face excitedly. I pulled my head back through the seat, stuck my arms in, and began calling for the pup to come to my arms. Eventually, I was able to grab the puppy and pull him out. All of us were still wondering where the help came from, as dogs don't speak, and the driver was dead on impact. Her entire upper body had been sheared off mid-chest. We were all puzzled over that help. Some of us saying the driver was saying help from her upper torso in the truck box. Gory thought, but the human body does weird things. The other favorite theory is that I, and then we, had heard the radio playing. And when we pulled everything apart, we pulled the radio and its power source, the car battery. And that's why the voices stopped. I guess it's the only thing that makes logical sense. Just a little side story. I kept that black lab after she spent her required amount of time in a shelter. She's now a happy, healthy 7-year-old dog whose name is Karma. My next-door neighbor growing up was a friend of mine, and we had kind of a hangout spot in the patch of woods that ran behind our houses. We were about 14 and were experimenting with cigarettes, so that's where we went to hide. We were out there one day towards sunset and heard her grandmother calling to us. We panicked and put out our cigarettes so that we wouldn't get caught, and as she called our names again, her voice sounded closer this time. That's when we realized that A, her grandmother lived at least 3 hours away and to our knowledge was not expected to visit, and B, the voice was coming from deeper into the woods, not from our backyards. We freaked, and we dashed out of the woods to the safety of our yards, and as we ran, we heard her call out one last time, but her voice sounded different this time, kind of deeper, angry sounding. We didn't enter those woods ever again, unless it was broad daylight. We never heard anything like that again, but by far the scariest experience of my life. I spent a week backpacking alone in the Grand Tetons last year. It was the day of my 20th birthday when I was about halfway through the trail, which means that I was at the furthest point into the backcountry, miles from civilization. That day, I hiked farther into the day than normal to cover as much distance as I could. This was a mistake, because when I reached the designated permit campsites area, most of them were already taken. I continued on the trail before I reached something that kind of resembled a campsite. It was a small dirt area under a tree that sat adjacent to a tiny stream. I was uneasy about the spot, but It was getting too dark to find another one. I set up my tent and fell asleep alone in my small 2-person tent right as the sun went down. A couple of hours later, I woke up to the sound of a twig snapping. I thought it was a squirrel or a marmot, so in a sleepy daze, I hit the side of the tent to scare it off. And then there was a sound like something hit back. It frightened me, but I decided that it must have been a branch or something that had fallen from a tree. I was still exhausted at that point, and I went back to sleep. Not long after, I was woken up by more twigs breaking, but this time they were noticeably steps, and loud ones at that. I knew I was in bear country, but it was pitch black and I had the rain cover on, so I couldn't see anything. I hoped it was a deer and that it would just wander off, and the sounds did stop for a while. About 30 minutes later, the same cracking sounds of twigs on the ground, and they were moving in the other direction. That's when it stopped and sniffed my tent. It had thunderous breaths, and there was no doubt in my mind now that it was a bear. I had nowhere to run, and all I had to defend myself was a pocket knife and a can of bear spray. So I stayed up the rest of the night, wide awake with both of my hands ready to defend myself. It stayed around my tent for 5 terrifying hours, infrequently walking, sniffing, and at one point, scratching at my tent. It wasn't until the sun came up and the sounds stopped that I had the courage to bolt out of my tent to get as far away as I could. When I looked back, there was no sign of a bear, but when I finally returned to my campsite, there were massive paw prints in the dirt surrounding it. It was the most terrifying night of my life. I've had 2 near-death experiences in my life. One as a child, one as an adult. In both times, I saw things I still can't fully explain. The first happened when I was 5. My sister was swinging an aluminum baseball bat in the yard, and in true 5-year-old fashion, I walked right into it. I don't remember the pain. I don't even remember falling. What I do remember is looking down at my body being carried away, someone rushing me inside, people panicking, and then suddenly I wasn't there anymore. I was somewhere else. The place I was, it felt bright. Not just lit, but glowing. There was no fear, no pain, just this calm awareness. I could see all the things happening back at the house. My biological father beating my siblings with a belt, the buckle end, the way he always did. It was like I was floating through moments, completely detached from them, but still aware. And then I saw them, my great-grandmother, an aunt I'd never met. My great-grandmother had passed when I was 2, but I recognized her instantly. She looked exactly how I'd imagined her, and she smiled at me like she'd been waiting. I didn't know the aunt, but she felt familiar, like she'd always been close by. They greeted me warmly, like family you'd been apart from for a while, but never really separated. And then I came back. I woke up at home. No memory of the hospital, no memory of scans or doctors, just waking up, as if I'd been on a brief trip, one I didn't quite understand, but I remembered where I'd been, who I'd seen, and somehow I knew that part of me hadn't really left that place behind. Years passed, and life happened. I buried people I loved. I survived more than I should have. But when I was 27, it happened again, this time much more violently. I was crossing the street when a car came out of nowhere, fast. I was hit, hard, and for a moment, I was gone. I floated above the scene. I could hear people shouting. One voice asked if they should call the coroner. I saw my body crumpled in the street, and then, just like when I was 5, I left. This place was different but familiar. bright again, but hazier, warmer. There were white pillars, windows, light that glowed without a source. It was peace, kind of peace that makes everything else feel small. And then a voice spoke, not out loud, but inside me. It said I could stay, or I could go back, that it was my choice. But before I chose, they showed me what would happen either way. I saw my mom crying at my funeral, my sister blaming herself. She was supposed to walk with me that night. I saw my family breaking apart, my mom sinking into depression, the weight of my absence. And then I saw what would happen if I did go back. My time would be short, but meaningful. I could help prepare them. I could help them let go. The voice told me I had already finished what I needed to do in this life. Returning wouldn't be for me, it would be for them. So I came back. Since then, I've lived with this sense of clarity that most people don't get. I've repaired relationships. I've made peace with the ones I couldn't save. I've recorded songs for my nephew, so he'll always hear my voice. I've written letters, told the people I love what they mean to me, and cut ties with those who only ever took from me. I've also warned the people closest to me that when my time comes again, and it will, they need to let me go. I've felt it since I was 5. Death isn't something I fear. I know what's waiting, and what's waiting isn't darkness. It's home. I don't know where to start, so I'll just lay out the timeline. My daughter, Lily, is 3. She's at that cute stage where she's constantly talking and has the most distinctive high-pitched giggle. That giggle is everything to me, which is why what's happening felt like psychological torture. A couple of months ago, I'd be in the kitchen, and I'd hear a faint little, "Mommy," from the hall. I'd check, and Lily would be fast asleep in her crib. I wrote it off as old house noises, tired dad stuff, a neighbor kid even. I had to believe that it was something simple. But then it started mimicking her entirely. I was rocking Lily to sleep one night, and she was almost out, totally silent, tucked under my chin, and that's when I heard a soft, quick giggle, exactly like hers, echoing from the darkened hallway outside of her room. It was playful and close, the sound of a kid running away after a good prank. My body was rigid. I checked Lily, deep breaths, asleep. I crept out and checked the hall. Empty. Nothing. The worst part was last night. Anna was asleep next to me. I was reading when a clear little voice, sweet and innocent and 100% Lily's, called out right behind our door. "Mama, can I have a drink?" My heart was in overdrive. Lily never wakes up, not calling for a drink or anything else. I slowly, so slowly, turned the handle and peered out. Nothing. The moonlight just showed an empty stretch of carpet. I tried to tell Anna this morning, tried to explain that it wasn't a creak or a dream. It was a copy of our daughter's voice. She gave me that look. You know the one. You're stressed, you're tired, you need a break. That's what she kept saying. "Honey, it's your mind playing tricks." I felt so small. I honestly started checking for signs of stress-induced psychosis. Then, this afternoon, I was outside weeding. I hadn't been out there for more than 5 minutes when I heard something again. "Daddy, come play." It was loud, bright, and came from the living room window. I dropped my trowel and sprinted inside, expecting to find Lily somehow awake and out of her crib. She was still fast asleep in her room. I just collapsed on the couch. I was done. I was mentally breaking down. I knew it. Then tonight, it was different. Anna was doing Lily's tuck-in ritual. I was downstairs in the kitchen feeling utterly defeated and pouring myself a glass of water. And then I heard her call my name, not loud but urgent. She came down the stairs. Face was pale, like she'd just seen something disturbing. "What is it?" I asked. She leaned in, lowering her voice, even though Lily was upstairs. I was tucking her in, and she told me. She said, "Mommy, when you call me from the other room, it doesn't sound like you. You sound funny, like you're playing a game. Do you hear me too, Mommy? Do you hear me that's not me?" I just stared at Anna. That knot of fear that I'd been carrying all of a sudden transformed into a stab of icy dread. I wasn't crazy. I could tell by Anna's look that the pity was gone, and it was replaced by raw fear. So, yay, I'm not crazy. But that just means that there's something else in the house. Something smart enough to learn voices. Something that tries to lure us to random places. Anna looks devastated. She feels terrible for dismissing me, but also hopeless. I think she's second-guessing every giggle, laugh, and voice that she's heard. But at least she finally believes me. But yeah, we're just standing here completely clueless, both of us, as to what to do next. I have no idea what to do, but the house feels huge and cold tonight. I'm really not looking forward to seeing what it can do next. My girlfriend, now my wife, was sleeping over at my place back when this happened. I was going through a stretch of pretty bad insomnia. No real reason for it. I just couldn't sleep more than a few hours at a time. And on this particular night, I was wide awake. It was probably around 2 or 3 in the morning. So the room was completely still, and there was just the faint hum of my computer. As my girl slept next to me, breathing steady, blanket half off, I was just lying there, staring up at the ceiling, when something fell off my desk across the room. I didn't hear it slide or shift, just clatter, sharp and sudden. It wasn't even that loud, but it felt weird, like it was meant to get my attention. The air changed in the room. You ever get that weird static feeling, like something feels wrong, but you just can't really explain it? That's what hit me. I pulled the blanket up over my face. I don't know why. I was a grown man hiding like a kid, but it was instinct. I kept telling myself it was probably just something small that had been precariously placed. Maybe a pen, a thumb drive. But then I heard breathing. It certainly wasn't my girlfriend's breathing. It was heavy and slow. Something was exhaling right in front of me. It wasn't across the room where the noise had come from. It was right at the edge of the bed. I could move, but I didn't. I was listening, heart pounding in my ears, as this breathing circled from the foot of the bed around to the side where I was laying. It was so close I could practically feel it on the blanket. It definitely wasn't my girlfriend. I could hear hers too, calm, rhythmic. Then, without warning, she stirred, shifted a bit, mumbled something. I stayed completely still under the covers, trying to listen past the sound of my own panic. She sat up and threw the blanket off, clearly about to get up and use the bathroom. I heard her feet touch the floor, and then she screamed. It wasn't startled or confused. It was pure terror. She backed up onto the bed so fast she almost knocked over the nightstand, already crying before I could even ask what happened. "There's a girl," she sobbed. "She's right there, sitting on the floor." My stomach dropped. I launched myself off the bed in a single move, straight for the light switch, and slammed it on. Of course, there was nothing there now, just an old hoodie crumpled near the foot of the bed that hadn't been there before, Or maybe it had. I didn't know what was real at that point. I asked her what she saw. She said it looked like a little girl sitting in the fetal position, facing the floor. When she stepped towards her, the girl looked up, her eyes wide, like she was scared. And then she vanished. I told her about the breathing, how I'd heard it circling the bed just moments before. We didn't sleep the rest of that night. We just sat there with the lights on, not really saying much. Every creak in the house made us flinch. We don't live there anymore. We never saw the girl again, but we both still think about it more than we care to admit. I used to work nights as a custodian at a hospital. I mainly liked it for the pay, which was good and steady. Plus, the halls were quieter after visiting hours, so that part was nice too. Most of the staff left by 9, so it was usually just me and a couple of nurses, also the security guard who was making his rounds. Hospitals at night are a little different. The hum of machines is louder when there's nothing to cover it. The floors feel longer, like they're stretching out ahead of you. I learned to keep a small radio in my pocket just for noise, though sometimes even the music made me uneasy, like I was interrupting a silence that belonged to someone else. One night I was finishing up on the 3rd floor, wiping down counters in one of the empty wings. The air felt cool, colder than usual. I figured the AC was working overtime, but the feeling carried a strange edge, like standing too close to the open door of a freezer. As I leaned over the sink, I felt it, the faintest breath against the back of my neck, enough to raise goosebumps. I turned quick, half expecting the security guard to be messing with me. But the hall was empty. Nothing but the echo of my shoes and that soft beep of a heart monitor down the corridor. I told myself that it was an air vent. It had to be, and I went back to work. But when I glanced up at the mirror above the sink, I saw something. Behind me in the reflection was the shape of a man. Not clear, just a tall, dark figure standing at the end of the hall, perfectly still. I spun around, but the hallway was empty. Turned back to the mirror. Nothing was there. Just the stretch of linoleum and my own pale face. After standing frozen for too long and listening, the building certainly felt heavier. Eventually, I finished my shift. I didn't tell the nurses or mention it to security. What was I supposed to say? I saw someone who wasn't there. I never saw the figure again, but I thought about it every time I passed that wing. How can you not? The breath, the reflection. It was almost too ordinary, like catching someone in the corner of your eye at the grocery store. Other than showing themselves, they really didn't do anything to try to scare me. So maybe ghosts aren't always here to frighten us. Maybe they just exist in things like reflections, drafts, or even silence, just waiting for someone to notice them. Last year, I took a temp job doing data entry for a logistics company downtown. It wasn't glamorous. Gray cubicles, bad coffee, flickering fluorescent lights. But it did pay well, especially if you picked up night shifts. Most people avoided them, but I didn't mind the quiet. The office was mostly empty after 9 p.m. Just me, a security guard I never saw, and a janitor who listened to old country music through a single earbud. I really did like it at first. Peaceful. No one stopping by your desk, no meetings, no small talk, just spreadsheets and the soft hum of the vending machines. The first odd thing I noticed was the computer. It always took forever to boot up, but not just slow, uneven, like the screen flickered a little too long, or some old window would flash open, vanish, right before the login screen came up. Just a blink. Like someone had been using it and forgot to close something. Then one night, I logged in and a single message was waiting in the internal chat system. We used it for things like IT tickets or shift notes, but this one didn't make sense. Lights off tonight? Question mark. That's all it said. No timestamp or name. I assumed it was from the janitor, maybe about the overheads. I didn't answer, I just kept working. A few nights later, another message. Lights off, please? Question mark. And this one made me pause. I don't know why. Maybe it was the please. I checked the directory. Nothing. I checked the chat logs. Blank. It was like it had vanished. But it was there. I even asked the overnight IT guy if there were server issues. He shrugged and said, if you're seeing old files pop up, it's probably just ghost data. Happens sometimes when they don't scrub user profiles right. But I was using a brand new login. My credentials had just been issued. And perhaps more importantly, my machine was new. One night around 2 a.m., I caught movement on the edge of my screen. Just a flicker in the reflection, like someone was passing behind me. I turned around quickly, but it was an empty row. All the chairs were tucked in, monitors dark. The janitor's music was still faintly playing from somewhere down the hall. I told myself it was nothing. Lack of sleep or eye strain, probably. But the very next night, I sat down and I found a photo on my keyboard. Black and white, grainy. Looked like a still from a security camera. My cubicle from behind. In the photo, I was sitting at my desk, alone. Except I wasn't. There was a blur in the background, just behind the glass divider. Human-shaped, but wrong. No details. Just a smudge of something that shouldn't have been there. I didn't tell anyone. I packed up my things and left the building before my shift was over. I sent an email the next morning saying I wouldn't be returning. Even still, I don't know what's creepier. The figure from the photo, or the fact that the photo was on my keyboard. I don't even know how to start this story. Honestly, it's so fresh, some of you have probably even seen it on the local news if you're in Cali. I work in Wasco, California, doing construction near the transportation center. Well, yesterday, Friday, the workday took a pretty horrific turn. There was word that there'd been a fatality at the Amtrak rail station on the tracks, which was basically where we were working. This isn't entirely uncommon, but it's not exactly good news to hear. Well, around roughly the same time as hearing about the train accident, my attention is drawn to a man in the distance as my coworker waves me and another guy over. This man was roughly 30 yards away, wearing a bright-colored shirt, hunched over, and for several moments we stared at this man. Why were we looking at him? I couldn't quite figure it out at first, but he did look out of place. And then my coworker says, pretty sure he's eating something. I'm color deficient, so sometimes browns and reds can look pretty similar, especially at that distance. So what I initially mistook for dirt or mud was actually blood. He was covered in it, but worst of all, he was holding and yes, eating something that was also bloody. I'm not drawing this out for dramatics. It truly wasn't clearly visible based on how this guy was standing, until it was. The man turned around, facing almost entirely in our direction, still hunched over, and indeed eating something. He was gnawing on a human leg. I think we all had the same realization at the same time. One of the guys runs and grabs our supervisor. Meanwhile, I almost still cannot believe what I'm actually seeing. I'm looking back and forth between the man and my coworker's status in retrieving our supervisor, when I see the man is now waving the leg in the air above his head. He appears to be triumphant, presenting it more like a trophy than another human's leg. I officially walked away as my supervisor arrived, and I spent the next 45 minutes on the verge of puking. We learned from the police investigation and the news crew that the two incidents were related: the fatal train accident and the man eating someone's leg. He had stolen the leg from the accident site, likely well before the police showed up, and just walked away with it. Absolutely insane. Needless to say, we didn't get a lot of work done that day. Almost the entire crew had witnessed the event, and that took up the better part of Friday. Fuck. I'm still in shock, I think. For sure I had to work this out in writing. Update. Wow, a lot of people have heard about this story already. I guess it is like the craziest thing a lot of people have heard in a while. Just to answer a couple of questions. 1. No, I didn't know this cannibal guy. I know the news said that he was a local homeless man, but I just work in Moscow. I don't live there, so I'm unsure how much of a regular he is or isn't. Either way, based on what people were saying who did know him and what I witnessed on Friday, I think it's safe to say that he's got some mental issues and likely should get some sort of help for that before being released. I'm no lawyer, but I'm sure someone could get creative and think up a charge with something other than removing evidence, but who knows? 2. No, I was not the man on the news. I know the man on the news, and yes, he was a fellow witness. 3. No, I don't have any footage. Like, what the fuck? I didn't even think to grab my phone. 4. Yes, it was eventually obvious what he had was a human leg. No, I didn't puke, but I kind of feel like it just about every time I hear this story repeated on the news, or even when I read my own. So who knows how long I'll keep this up. Thanks, honestly, though, to anyone who read it. I actually have several stories with my time working as a pharmacist at the hospital pharmacy. This particular pharmacy was in the basement, and I also used to work third shift. To be fair, third shift in the basement with the emergency lights on, only that is creepy enough, but I always felt like I was being watched or followed too. It started one night when I was gathering IV supplies to take back to the pharmacy for preparation of the next day. Something kept kicking my cart, knocking the supplies off. So I started brick stacking them so that they were more stable and bringing the bins with me so that the supplies wouldn't fall off the cart. This one night I gathered up the supplies, brought them back to our IV room and started putting them away when the cart goes flying across the room, scattering everything. Then, from the bins where I was placing the new supplies, things start just flying straight out of there, at me. Not from the top, not from the middle of the stacks. From the bottom, 1-liter bags of NS flying at my head. After about the 10th bag, I just yelled, "Enough," and it stopped. I picked up what had fell and I started rearranging things when I saw that the cart that I was working from was rolling back towards me. It stopped right at my waist, and I swear on my life, the bags still on the cart moved so slowly and deliberately back into their brick pattern. I was stunned. So after this event and several weeks of similar encounters, one night I finally just said, "Look, I don't care that you follow me, but I'm super busy, and I can't handle your shenanigans. If you're going to be my shadow, at least help me out." For the rest of the night, every time I went to push the elevator button, it illuminated in front of me. These were service elevators, not the kind in the lobby with multiple buttons. After that, anytime I lost something, be it a pen, marker, stamp with my initials, bag of medicines, it always reappeared on this certain spot on a shelf in our compounding area. I rarely used that area on third shift, but I swear, all I had to do was ask where it was, and within 10 minutes it would be in the exact same spot, every time. I left that hospital after 2 years, and on my way home after my last shift, something that happened that to this day I think saved my life. I was leaving as the sun was coming up. I was driving home. My radio shut off unexpectedly. It was a 2013 Focus, and this had never happened. So as I'm messing with the controls, in a split second, the sun hit me in the face. The radio came on blaring, which scared me, and I slammed on my brakes. When I looked up, I was inches away from this SUV, stopped in the middle of the road, hazards flashing. I immediately look up in my rearview mirror, expecting someone to almost be hitting me, and I caught the slightest glimpse of this boy in my back seat, who then vanished on a double take. Though I only saw him for a second, his image is forever in my memory. He was dusty looking. He had sandy hair and an old bowl-cut style, button-up shirt, cloth pants, biggest grin on his face, sitting perfectly in the middle of my back seat. That was the last time I ever saw or felt his presence. I've been driving trucks for about 12 years, long enough to know that weird things happen out there on the road. You see accidents minutes after they happen, catch people doing things in cars you can't unsee, even watch animals behave in ways that don't make sense. But every once in a while you see something that makes no sense at all. And you don't tell the guys at the yard about it because you know it'll just turn into some sort of joke about needing sleep. But this happened on a run from Dallas to Salt Lake, somewhere along I-40, middle of the night. I was hauling refrigerated, alone, trying to push through the dead hour where your brain is mush and the lines in the pavement start blurring together. I had the radio low, and a thermos of gas station coffee that tasted like rust. I checked my rearview mirrors out of habit, part of the routine, every couple of minutes, and that's when I saw something. A figure. It was sitting in the sleeper cab, right where my bunk was. Clear as day. Shoulders, head, the angle of someone leaning a little forward with their hands resting on their knees. Not detailed, just a silhouette, like the outline you'd get when someone is standing against a streetlight. At first, my brain did the dumbest thing. I thought, I must have picked up a hitchhiker. Like I could have forgotten pulling over and letting a whole-grown human climb into my cab. I even reached to check if my doors were locked because that's how real it looked. And then I blinked and it was gone. I figured, eyes playing tricks. Night driving will do that to you. I didn't spook easy, so I just went back to scanning the road, took a swig of coffee, cracked the window for some cold air. 10 minutes later, I checked the mirrors again. It was back. Same spot, same posture. This time I didn't just glance, I stared. The figure didn't move, though. Not even a tilt. If you've ever tried to focus on something in a mirror at night, you know how the shadows shake with every bump in the road. This didn't. It was still. I tried logic. Reflection from the seatbelts, maybe. A trick of the dome light. Except the light wasn't on. Shadows from passing semis? Maybe. But I was out on a stretch of highway, with no one near me for miles. I thought about pulling over, but decided against it. The idea of stepping in the dark and opening the sleeper while seeing visions of a shadow, it just didn't sit right. So I kept driving. Every time I checked the mirror, it wasn't there. Maybe every other time. Sometimes it looked further back on the bunk, sometimes closer, like it was leaning forward to watch me drive. At one point, I swear it was inches behind the driver's seat. That's when I just stopped looking. I made myself just stare forward at the road, turn the radio way up. I talked out loud to nobody, just to fill the space. I told myself I'd check again when the sun came up. When I finally pulled into a rest area around dawn, the bunk was empty. Of course it was. But the weirdest thing was the seatbelt in the sleeper was buckled. I never buckled it. It just lays there. But that morning it was clipped tight across the cushion, like someone had strapped in for the ride. I don't know what I believe about ghosts. Maybe my brain was fried and I imagined the whole thing. Maybe I buckled that seatbelt on another trip and just totally forgot. But I've put 1,000,000 miles on the road, and I've never once imagined a whole person sitting behind me like that. Now, every time I climb into the cab for a long run, I glance at the buckles. Always open, except for that one time. Upon returning from a morning walk to a campsite where a batch of teens under my care were sleeping under the stars, there was a big guy going from sleeping bag to sleeping bag, lifting the bags and looking in, even managing to unzip one far enough to get a glimpse of underwear. I stepped into sight, cleared my throat loudly. He looked at me, put his hands on a large knife that he was wearing. I was leaning against my car by the door that I'd left open earlier when grabbing my camera, and my .22 was lying on the back seat. I leaned in and pulled it out, then cleared my throat again. The low-life scum actually scoffed and lifted the edge of another sleeping bag. I racked the bolt, which spit around onto the ground. That sound told anyone with a brain that there was now a round in the chamber. He stopped and stared, so I slowly lifted the rifle. He took another step, so I sighted it on him, center of the chest, and said quietly, "Leave." I tracked him as he moved, and he finally got the hint that he really ought to be somewhere else. Several of the kids had actually been awake, watching. They'd asked if I really would have shot him. I could only say, absolutely. For a long time, I actually had nightmares where I did have to shoot him to get him to stop. I now think sometimes when I remember it, if only we'd had cell phones then, I could have gotten a picture of him as well. Guy's a creep. The darker part of me wishes I'd shot him. I used to work for a small outfitter company in Montana, leading backpacking trips deep into the wilderness. It wasn't a bad gig, long days, good pay, and I got to spend weeks at a time out in nature. But there's one trip I still can't explain, no matter how many times I go over it in my head. It was a 6-day trek, just me and a father with his 2 teenage sons. They were city folks, not used to the wilderness, but they caught on quickly. By the 4th night, we were miles from anywhere, camped near a glacial lake, with nothing but trees, mountains, and silence around us. The fire was dying down when I told them to hit the sack. We would have a long hike ahead of us. I stayed up a bit longer, making sure our food was properly hung before heading to my own tent. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to footsteps outside my tent. Not the quick, nervous movements of an animal. Someone was walking around our camp. I reached for my knife and listened. The footsteps circled our camp, slow and steady. I unzipped my tent as quietly as I possibly could and peeked out. The fire was just embers now, casting a weak glow over the trees. I didn't see anyone, but the footsteps were there, moving. I whispered the father's name. No answer. The footsteps stopped. For a long moment, nothing. Just the sound of the wind through the trees. Then, from the darkness, something whistled. 3 notes. High, low, high. It echoed through the trees. I remember gripping my knife so tight, my hand actually hurt. After a minute, the footsteps started again. This time, moving away from our camp. The whistle came once more, farther now, before everything went silent. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At first light, I checked the perimeter, looking for tracks. The ground was soft, plenty of footprints, but only ours. A few miles into our hike that morning, the youngest kid asked if I'd heard it. The whistling. he said. I just nodded. His dad asked what he was talking about, and the kid said, "It was weird. It sounded just like Uncle Mike." I stopped walking. "Uncle Mike?" "Yeah," he said. "The whistle. That's the one that he used to call us inside for dinner." I didn't know what to say, and his dad went pale. "Mike's been dead for 5 years," he muttered. We hiked a little faster after that. When I was little, my mother took us across the country to escape my father. The courts in Alabama gave him custody, but she said she knew better, so she packed us up and fled to Washington. We ended up in a shelter for battered women and children. It wasn't much, but it was safe. And that's what we thought anyway. One night I looked into the mirror in our room, and something looked back at me that wasn't me. It was hairy, snarling, maybe a demon. I screamed so loud, it brought my mother running. She checked the mirror, soothed me, told me just my imagination, maybe even a trick of the light. But I knew what I saw. And that same night, a man appeared at the end of my bed. He looked kind, older. His eyes were soft and sad, but his presence was nice. Someone who didn't want to scare me. I couldn't explain why, but I didn't feel afraid of him. He didn't speak, didn't move. He just stood there, quiet and still, watching me. When I woke up the next morning, he was gone. But that night, he came back, and the next night, and the one after that. He stood there, night after night, for 3 months. He was always in the same place, and he never said a word, never moved. It got to the point where I expected to see him. I'd fall asleep knowing he was there, like some kind of silent guardian. I never told anyone about him. I didn't want to lose him. Then one night, something changed. I woke up to his voice, something I'd never heard before. It was warm and gentle, but urgent. "He's coming. Get out now." That was all he said, but I believed him, and I knew who he was. I woke up my mom and my siblings. We packed what we could and left for a cheap motel across town. I'm so glad my mom never asked too many questions. Maybe it was a mother's instinct. Maybe it was the way I said it. But she listened. The next morning, we returned to the shelter. The police were already there. Someone had broken in overnight, gone room to room, searching. We were supposed to be in one of them. I never saw the man again, but I still think about him all the time. The one who stood guard and who warned us. The one who disappeared once his job was done. This isn't my story, but a business friend once told me that he went to Washington for a meeting with some government officials one year. After his meeting, he was walking through this park towards his hotel, and there were a bunch of children on a school trip running around everywhere. As he was walking, he noticed this lady in a long blue overcoat. She was walking towards him on the same path. As she gets closer, she asks him for directions to a place, and he pulls out his map to show her. Eventually, she starts asking what he's here for, and about his family, etc. Eventually, she says, "Steve, do you have anything to be thankful for?" He found this to be an odd question, but he replied. She then asked if he was worried about anything. He responded, "Yeah, I just want my daughter to have a healthy child, because she's pregnant right now." The lady then says that she would like to bless Steve. He thinks this is weird, but doesn't want to be rude, and he accepts it. She places a hand on his shoulder and does a blessing. They say their goodbye and start walking away. Steve then turns around after about 3 or 4 steps. He looks back and the lady's gone. He can't see her anywhere, in this massive open park. He also realizes where there were kids and people running around him before, there's like a 200-foot radius around him with no one in it. He's convinced that he was touched by an angel or transported somewhere, temporarily. He's not really religious either. Just a crazy experience. I live in a small 1850 stone cottage in rural Vermont. When I bought this place, the previous owner just shrugged when I asked about local history. Quiet place, he said. Maybe too quiet. I should have asked what he meant by that. The weirdness started about 3 months after I'd already moved in. Every night, without fail, between 12:30 and 1 a.m., I would hear specific methodical sounds outside my bedroom window. Sh-clunk, sh-clunk, sh-clunk. It's the sound of rocky soil, followed by the soft sound of that soil being deposited somewhere else. It's digging. Someone is out there, quietly working the ground beneath my window well. The first time I thought it was a neighbor. I threw on a robe and I grabbed my phone and a flashlight, and I practically sprinted outside. Of course, there was no one there. The grass was still wet with dew, not a single footprint or disturbed patch in sight. I chalked it up to an animal, or maybe the house settling in a strange way that I was about to learn about. It was maybe amplifying sounds from far off. But it kept happening, every single night. Sh-clunk, sh-clunk. Always for about 30 minutes, and then quiet. I started leaving the outside light on, hoping it would deter whoever, whatever it was. It made absolutely no difference. The light would be blazing, illuminating the small flower bed beneath the window, and I'd still hear the rhythmic digging, coming from the exact spot where I could clearly see nothing was happening. Last week, I got brave or stupid, depending how you look at it. The sound started, and I sat up in bed, listening. When the sound was midway through a sh-clunk, I whipped the curtain back and peered out. I didn't see anything physical. There was no shape, no shadow. But for a split second, I saw a depression in the wet grass where the spade was supposed to be sinking, and a tiny shower of dirt seemed to leap up and immediately dissipate, right where the clunk sound was centered. It was like watching the perfect impression of a ghost doing something, but the ghost itself was invisible. It stopped on schedule, 1 a.m., silent as the grave. I realized that whatever it is, it's not interactive. It's just a broken recording, stuck digging forever. I'm technically used to it now. It's just the midnight gardener doing his thing. The only thing I can't figure out is what he's still trying to plant, or maybe what he's trying to hide. My old cottage just has a persistent, silent visitor, and all it does is dig. But why? At one point in time, I was an embalmer for a large chain of funeral homes in the city. My embalming suite was on the 3rd floor of an ancient building. It had once been 2 houses that were later combined into a mortuary. There were old sepia-tinted photographs of the horse-drawn hearse out front on the cobblestone street in one of the back storerooms. So this place had had a lot of bodies that had come in and out of its doors by the time I was employed. At that business, our policy was to embalm ASAP, no waiting until the break of dawn to begin if someone should pass in the evenings. It just tends to go better if the tissue isn't refrigerated cold. So there were many times that I'd be alone past midnight in that creepy old place. We had a little apartment in the attic that we embalmers could go up and use for sleep, given our erratic schedule. I was fine once up the stairs, but every time I went up them, I had a panicked feeling of being chased or pursued. I'd stumble run up the flight each time and got a fair bit of ribbing from my colleagues for it too. The only incident, though, that can't be written off to imagination happened late one evening when I wasn't alone. My colleague was finishing a difficult embalming that had taken him some time. He had a routine in place that always ended with him washing the instruments and lying them on a towel, neat and precise rows of stainless steel. He had OCD, I suspect, because he would sooner be late to an appointment than not leave them in this manner. He was exiting the suite when I arrived with the next client. He told me he was going up to the apartment for a rest and to let him know if I needed help. I waved him off. As I was wheeling in the deceased to the suite, we both heard it. Giggles, distinct giggling of multiple children, coming from down a floor in the lobby area. We looked at each other, my eyes wide, his puzzled and squinting. Wordlessly, we walked to the hall that allowed us to see down the stairs into the lobby. It was dark and silent. We crept down the stairs. Nothing. No one but us two. My coworker shrugged and we went back upstairs. I reached the door of the suite and pushed it open. Nobody was there, but I did see something that made me call out for my colleague. His instruments were in a jumbled pile on the towel. Not only jumbled, they were hooked together strangely, like a blade through a scissor handle and a hemostat clamped onto a needle. He sauntered into the suite at my calls and stopped short seeing the instruments. Jaw dropped. Needless to say, I allowed him to help me embalm so that we could both get the heck out of there. So this happened a couple years back when I was working a night shift as a security guard. It was at a historical building downtown. One night I was doing my usual rounds. It was about 2:30 a.m., dead quiet. I'm walking through one of the upper floors, the old office wing, when I stop to check one of the doors that never locks right. I'm standing there with my flashlight on the knob, and I hear clear as day, someone whispers my name. It wasn't loud. It was just over my shoulder, like someone leaned in close to say it. I didn't even think. I just whipped around with the flashlight, fully expecting to see a coworker screwing with me. But there was nothing. The hallway was empty. I guess what stuck with me it wasn't just a whisper. It was the fact that they said my name. It wasn't like a psst or something that you could just mistake for pipes hissing or wind slipping through the window. No, it was my name. I stood there like an idiot for maybe 10 seconds, and then I just kept moving. Fast. I did the rest of my rounds in record time, and I spent the rest of the night glued to the main desk with every possible light on. I didn't hear it again. I didn't see anything. I never actually worked another night shift alone in that building, thankfully. This is something that happened, and I still can't explain it. I was driving home from a weekend trip out in rural Pennsylvania. It was around 2 a.m., and I was stupidly trying to make it all the way home in one stretch. The roads were pitch black, with no streetlights, barely any cell service, just trees and empty highway. At one point, I started getting that tunnel vision feeling. Heavy eyes, brain foggy. I knew I needed to pull over, but I kept telling myself just 10 more minutes. I remember looking at the clock, 2:17. And that's when I heard it. Clear as day, a woman's voice, soft but urgent, right next to my ear in the passenger seat. Stop the car. I slammed on the brakes without thinking. My heart was racing. I looked over. No one there, obviously. My headlights lit up the road just ahead, and that's when I saw it. A massive tree had fallen across both lanes, fresh, bark still breaking off. No reflectors, no warnings. If I hadn't stopped right then, I would have hit it, going 60 miles an hour. I sat there for a long time, just staring, shaking, trying to process what had just happened. I eventually called 911 once I got enough signal. They sent someone out, and the officer told me that they'd just gotten another call from someone who did crash into that same tree from the opposite direction. Minor injuries, thank God. I never figured out what that voice was. No radio on, the windows were up, and I wasn't dreaming. I was driving, fully awake after that moment especially. I don't hear voices, typically, and I don't really believe in ghosts. At least, I didn't. But that voice saved my life, no doubt in my mind. So, whatever or whoever you were, thank you. I've heard all the stories about sleep paralysis just being a trick of the mind, the body waking up before the brain, hypnagogic hallucinations, etc. I was always skeptical. Then I moved into my current apartment, a fifth-floor unit in a relatively modern building, and I met the Sentinel. It happened around 3 a.m. I woke up totally alert, but I was completely locked down. I couldn't move my fingers, my toes, or even twitch my mouth to make a sound. Immediately, I felt that deep, primal coldness that doesn't come from temperature, but from pure, unadulterated fear. My bedroom is small, and the door is always left slightly ajar. I strained my eyes against the darkness, and that's when I saw a figure, standing perfectly framed in the doorway. It wasn't a wispy ghost or a sheet. This was a full-blown shadow person. But unlike the typical hooded figure that people describe, this one was massive. It must have been 7 or 8 feet tall, broad shoulders and obsidian black. It was solid black, absorbing every stray photon in the hallway. It didn't have eyes, but I felt with absolute certainty it was scrutinizing me. It was a presence heavy, ancient, radiating a sort of passive malice. It wasn't angry. It was just watching, guarding. I tried to scream, but the sound was trapped in my chest. I tried to lift my head, but it felt like it was bolted to the mattress. The dread of all of it was crushing. I wasn't afraid of dying. I was afraid of being seen by this thing, or being stuck forever. It stayed there utterly still for what felt like an hour, just a silent black sentinel. Then a car passed outside, and its headlights swept across the wall. In that brief flash of light, the figure didn't vanish. It seemed to retract. It stepped backwards, slowly, deliberately, as if melting into the hallway's natural shadow, until the space where it stood was just a normal dark doorway again. The paralysis instantly broke. I shot up, dripping sweat, and I switched on every light in the apartment. The hallway was, of course, empty. Every time I wake up now, my heart leaps, and I look straight at that doorway, half expecting to see my giant dark watcher waiting again. It hasn't returned in full, but sometimes, late at night, I feel the temperature drop precisely in that doorway, even with the AC off. I'm sure a lot of kids, or at least some kids, found their grandparents' house a little creepy. Am I reaching? I could be, but I'll tell you about my grandparents' house and my experience there, which involved my sister, my cousins. So that makes at least 3 people I know, myself and them, who share my feelings about a creepy grandparents' house. First things first, my grandparents, Nonnie and Poppy, were very old. Their home was very old. They were lovely, even throughout their passing, which was less than a month apart from one another. Rest in peace to both of them. So they were very loved. Their home was a source of a lot of great family memories, but it was haunted. And because it was haunted, or because something within that home was charged, as Aunt Peg used to say, it houses some other memories too. My parents would often drop us off with them for a weekend or two throughout the year, and in the summertime, me, my sister, and my cousins would stay for a couple of weeks. The first time I ever experienced something, and every time since, was while staying in our mom's old room. It was in the back right corner of their Rambler-style home, Aunt Peg's old room across the hall. I was young, but I know my sister and I were both in school, so couldn't have been younger than 7 at the time. It was just the two of us this time, and I'd been having trouble falling asleep, while my sister seemed to pass out instantly. Mom's room now had the old TV from the living room in it, as our parents bought them a new fancy one for Christmas. I'd always liked falling asleep with the TV on at home, so here it was no different, a welcome change. I was familiar enough with the TV that I knew I didn't have a remote for it. I was stuck changing the channels from the knob, same with turning it on or off. I'd picked a channel which connected to the VHS. Since Lion King was already in there, I remember just letting it play. I hadn't fallen asleep, not even close, but I was back in my bunk when I heard the TV shut off. Not only was it the obvious sound of something playing and the familiar buzz of the TV ceasing completely, but the glow from the TV was gone. Had it not been for the hallway light, I would have been in total darkness. It wasn't the TV turning off that scared me, not really. But as I laid there trying to figure out if I was going to turn it back on, something caught my attention. The light from the hallway quickly cut out, as if someone had penetrated the doorway just for a moment. By the time I focused on the doorway, there was nothing there. Sitting up, though, I investigated further by looking around the whole room. I had the top bunk in this sleeping arrangement while my sister slept in the bottom. As I started to look around the room, I thought I saw nothing of real concern. And then I got to the TV. It was still off, housing the reflection of the entire room, but something wasn't right. I could see on the TV that everything was where it should be, everything except for the shadow being standing underneath my bed. I didn't realize how afraid I should be, so I took my gaze away to pop my head down and look at my sister's bed. She was sleeping soundly, and there was no shadow. Still, looking back up at the TV, there it was, a shadow that didn't belong. I decided I didn't need the TV, and I tried to ignore it, turning towards the wall and closing my eyes in an attempt to fall asleep. Only moments later, I hear the sound of the TV being turned on. It's startling, and I jolt up to confirm it's been turned on. It wasn't on a channel, though. It was just a fuzzy static screen, but the static was getting louder. I was going to have to leave my bed and handle the TV, but I felt so frozen. Almost sure I wouldn't be able to do it, but I had to. The sound was going to wake up the whole house. I jumped down the ladder, feet hit the floor, and the TV turned off. I look up at the TV, and there's a shadow just behind my right shoulder. I can't hear anything or feel anything, but the image alone makes me want to scream. I consider swinging around, punching and kicking, but what if this time it was my sister? Instead, I spun around, fully expecting the shadow to not be there, just like last time. Only this time, it was there. An endless black mass, about as tall as me. No eyes, no face, no distinguishable features at all. Before I could even scream, it suddenly passed through me, leaving my chest with an intense, cold pain. It felt like my torso was experiencing brain freeze. It hurt, but only for a moment. As much as I wanted to turn on the lights, the ladder was closer. I jumped up, dove under the covers. I had no idea what had just shot through my body, but I felt like I couldn't breathe. I don't think I got more than a couple of hours of sleep. It was this odd in and out of sleep, and it kept me exhausted, like when I had the flu. I remember the next morning being afraid to tell anyone about what I had seen. I kept the image to myself and intentionally slept in the living room that night after my grandparents retreated to bed. I almost felt sorry for leaving my sister in the room, but she didn't really seem to have been bothered the same way I was bothered, so I reasoned with myself that it was okay. Suddenly, I heard screaming. It was coming from my mom's old room, and it was my sister. I wasn't the first one awoken by her screams. I saw Nani walking toward the room. She didn't even see me on the couch. I contemplated just staying where I was. Somehow I knew it was going to be the figure on the TV. My sister was crying, screaming. Then she started calling for me to come help her. I was forced to move, and I ran into the room. My sister was sitting outside of her bed, on the floor, full of tears, crying about a shadow that woke her up by touching her face. She said that she called for me. I don't even think that Nani knew what my sister was talking about. She continued to try to console her into a less amped up state. Once my sister calmed down, I started to crawl into the top bunk, took my position there. Clearly, I couldn't just leave her again. And that was that. An event my little sister barely remembers, but I remember it super clearly. The next time I encountered this figure was in the same room, less than a year later, as it would have been the summer versus the holidays. Our cousins were there, staying in Aunt Peg's old room. Since my cousin Shelby and I are around the same age, we made our younger siblings sleep together in Aunt Peg's room, while we took over Mom's old room with the TV. Most of the night we were playing card games and any board games that we could find for 2 players. But eventually, we'd have to go to sleep. And I hadn't forgotten about the last time I was there. But somehow, I felt more brave or maybe safe with Shelby being there. Only thing was, Shelby wanted the top bunk, which would put me on the bottom. I didn't want to seem like a wuss, so I agreed. I almost made it a full night without getting scared. I kept telling myself that I wouldn't experience the same thing twice, because it was probably a nightmare. Technically, I didn't experience the same thing. But I saw the shadow. I don't know what woke me up exactly, but I suspect it was the TV turning off. Or I suspect it was something similar that happened to my sister. I was suddenly awakened, and I could see a dark shadow, and a piece of its shadowy self reaching towards my face. But I didn't feel like screaming. I just felt like being perfectly still. But I must have made some sort of noise as I heard Shelby whisper my name from the top bunk. Remembering the last time, how I'd said nothing, how I'd turned to face it. I didn't want the same thing to happen to me, but I didn't know how to prevent it. So I just called back up to her, and it felt good to use my voice. But it felt bad that this shadow was still above me. It's like I couldn't even focus on what else she was saying, because this all-consuming energy, it was over me, and I was freezing. Without moving, I watched as Shelby jumped down the ladder in a familiar routine, but she ran for the light. The shadow either disappeared just before or just as she switched the light on. But Shelby had seen it. She basically had my exact experience from the first, except she was smart enough to just run away from the shadow instead of facing it. With the lights on, Shelby came running back towards my bunk. She was almost crying as she tried to tell me what she'd seen. I asked her before she could even get the words out, "Did you see the shadow?" Her eyes widened. She shook her head. Even though I'd been really scared, I felt like I needed to help Shelby because she seemed more scared. I told her it was okay. We decided to sleep on the floor of Aunt Peg's old room. The next morning, I didn't plan on saying anything, but Shelby was adamant, grilling Nani and Poppy the next morning. As she recounted her experience, I could see my little sister start to remember her own experience, but I watched it leave her face too. I backed Shelby up by saying that I'd seen the shadow. I I told them all I'd seen it twice. Poppy laughed, which he did that a lot, saying that us kids sure had an imagination on us. Shelby squealed in frustration, stamped her feet, and declared that she wouldn't be staying in that room anymore. The rest of the week, the kids piled in one room, and oddly enough, no more shadows. These types of events would repeat themselves through the years, but as I got older, the shadow became less visible, so much so to the point where it was easy to dismiss it as a trick of the light, though truthfully, I never believed it to be a trick of the light. Instead, I was just happy that it was fleeting and short-lived. The reality is, when you experience something like this, I don't think it's as easy to dismiss anything anymore, and you're just destined to be a believer. Though I haven't seen the shadow since I was a child, the fact that it was there never left me. I'll try to convince my cousin to share her own experiences with the shadow, but even as adults, Shelby really doesn't like talking about it. When I was 4 years old, my parents built their dream home on 2.5 acres of land off the beaten path. There were other houses nearby, but it was a very spacious area, mixed in with a few farmhouses. I was a very imaginative kid, and I preferred playing alone. Solitude meant that the crazy stories in my head could be as crazy as I wanted, without judgment from the others playing the game. The back acre of our yard was nothing but woods, mostly pine, and sometimes when I was feeling brave, I would play in the woods until dark, never after dark. Some adventures during the day had even ended in an unexpected sprint out of the trees. Strange whispers that sounded like someone was inches from the back of your neck. Once I even heard a scream, but never after dark. I couldn't even look out of the living room window towards the trees after dark. One night, I got caught up in building a fort in the woods. I call it a fort, but it was just boards nailed to trees, creating railings in a rectangular pattern. In my mind, it was my castle. I didn't even notice the sun going down through the trees until I heard my name being called from the direction of the house. I panicked, sweat broke my pores, and I sprinted so hard my chest began to sting. Don't look back. Don't look into the dark. I made it to the back porch and wrenched the door open. The kitchen and living room were empty. My brother was taking a bath while my dad told him stupid jokes. I got down the hall to my parents' room, my mother playing solitaire on her computer. I apologized for being out so late and that she had to call for me. She looked at me blankly, obviously confused. She didn't call for me. I went to bed unsettled that night, but fell asleep quickly after playing outside all day. I don't remember the dreams I had that night, just unease. For the first and only time in my life, I fell out of bed and onto the floor. Confused and waking up, I felt my way around, trying to understand what had happened. And what happened next is the description of the strangest moment of my life. I grabbed a pair of feet. I felt the ankles under my hands and the hair running up the legs. I looked up in a panic, yellow eyes, broken, grinning teeth, a look of pure malice, wrapped in a blanket that I slept with. A pink and brown fleece blanket I'd stolen from my grandmother. I screamed bloody murder and flailed myself across the bedroom, down the hall and into my parents' room. My dad tore into my room to see what had caused my indescribable terror. While I hid in my mother's arms, my dad searched the whole house and found nothing. I moved out of that room into my brother's the next day. When I got older, I rationalized it all away, moved back into my old room. And every now and then, I suffered incredibly violent dreams, but nothing so up close and personal. I can still see that face, but I never did see my grandmother's blanket again. It was almost midnight in the master bedroom of our beautiful home in Maui, Hawaii. My wife and I were settling into bed, and there was a soft light in the room. All of a sudden, we hear the very distinct sound of a child's footsteps running down the hall towards our bedroom. It caught both of our attention immediately. The sound came to an end right on the other side of our closed bedroom door. We both looked at the closed door in silence, only to see the door handle, which was a lever style and not a normal round doorknob, slowly turned down as the door began to open. It was clear as could be. We both watched in suspense, which quickly turned to fear as the door pushed in and all the way open to reveal no one. Now the fear turned to horror as the child's loud footsteps began walking again, and this time they were clearly coming toward the bed. There was a slight pause, and then something happened that my logical, non-superstitious mind will never be able to really explain. There was suddenly the weight of a young child climbing on our bed, and although completely invisible, this energy moved to the middle between the two of us and settled in. The indentation on the blankets and mattress were as clear as could be, and yet there was no one there. We turned to each other in absolute horror, as we both knew we were seeing the same thing. How could this be? Who was this, and why were they in our bed? After a few minutes, this entity, which we both agreed felt like a small male child, disappeared as fast as he appeared. We laid there for a long, sleepless night, and the next day, through many calls and inquiries, we found out why this and many other things, some even more terrifying, had been happening to us. We learned that the man that built our house did so as a dream home to his wife and young family. He had a 3-year-old son who, shortly after the house was completed, died in the home. He tragically drowned in the bathroom, off the hallway right outside of our bedroom. A bathroom, by the way, where the bathtub had mysteriously filled and then overflowed with water and flooded the house on numerous occasions, even when no one was home. But that's another story, if you're interested. We realized that his son was still present in our house and had been for the 2 years that we lived there. The day we learned this full story, we left all of our belongings except a suitcase of clothes and left Hawaii, moving to Oregon on the U.S. mainland. We sold the house furnished as is and never stepped foot in it again. That was the scariest thing I've ever seen in our bedroom. Luckily, never had to see it again. My wife and I were paying our respects to friends who lost their 16-year-old son named Justin in a car accident. There were about 12 people at the house, all gathered in the living room, when we all noticed a little 3-year-old girl speaking while looking up above towards the ceiling. When her mother asked her what she was doing, she said she was speaking to Justin and pointed up above the chair. At that moment, Justin's mother let out a wail and began crying and laughing at the same time. That was Justin's chair, the place where he always sat when the family gathered in the living room. The little girl had never met Justin. Her mother was in a church group with Justin's mom. The girl kept looking up at the ceiling for another 30 seconds or so, turned to Jill, Justin's mom, and told her that Justin is fine and not to worry. Unreal. Creepy. Yeah, but in a good way. When one of my grandmothers passed away, I was young. She'd been angry with me because of decisions that I'd made after asking for and ignoring her advice, then learning she was right. She hadn't spoken to me for quite some time prior to getting sick. The day she passed away, I'd gone to the hospital to see her and let her meet my 6-month-old daughter. She was so weak, we really couldn't talk, so nothing was really said except I love yous and lots of tears. We'd been home for about an hour from visiting her when my phone rang. Someone else answered and said it was for me. It was kind of late in the evening and unusual for a call. I said hello and heard a woman's voice, very weak, on the other line saying, "Everything is okay. I love you." The line went silent. Chills ran over my entire body, and I froze for a minute. It was my grandma's voice, but I knew she couldn't make that phone call. I immediately called the hospital, and the nurse told me that I needed to contact a family member. They couldn't tell me anything. I called my grandpa and was informed that about an hour after I'd left the hospital, Grandma passed away. No one had called anyone in the family yet. The only ones who knew were those that were with her at the time. I fully believe that call was from my grandma after she passed, to let me know she always loved me, even when she was angry with me. I always knew that, never doubted it. As a child, I recall one experience very vividly. I was about 12 years old. I lived in a 2-bedroom home with my parents and 2 sisters. One summer night, my mom was boiling a chicken while we waited for my dad to come home from work. I remember going to bed around 10 p.m., and my sisters, the 3 of us, shared a room. In the middle of the night, I started feeling very uneasy. I felt nauseous and woke up. I tried falling back asleep, rolled onto my right side. This is where the strange things occur. At first, I wanted to believe that it was just a dream, but I still question that to this day because of the real-life repercussions. In my dream, I had woken up. I'd rolled to the left side of my bed and was facing my sister's bed in the middle. Our bedroom door was closed, but I saw something coming through the door, on the ground. It was a small being. Not sure if it was a sort of dwarf or alien, but it had milky, translucent skin with long, skinny arms. The thing climbed up on my sister's bed, and it sat on her chest. In my dream, I remember being wide-eyed and panicking. I screamed that it leave my sister alone. Then, the thing looked at me straight in the eyes and grabbed me by my right wrist. It told me, "Wake up if you don't want to die." I woke up and screamed my head off. I ran to my bedroom door to go to my parents' room, but when I opened the door, the house was full of thick black smoke. I started to scream and woke everyone up. My dad got all of us outside, and I was crying. I told my parents about my dream, and they were in shock. If I hadn't woken up, we would all be dead. My mom had fallen asleep and forgotten to turn off the chicken that she was boiling that night. I'm 27 years old now, but I remember this event and that thing very clearly. They're embedded into my memory. I just have no idea what it was.